Oh, God.
It's all about the Pentiums, baby. What ho?
So many Pentiums. How many Pentiums have you got? I know somebody who's got two. 2 Pentiums. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think about that computing power? Bacon, good morning. What ho, friend? Forgive me if I look like I've been dragged through a hedge backwards. There wasn't actually a hedge involved, but the implication was certainly there. This is my first cop, and by it I am healed. Yeah, Aldous, 2 Pentiums at the same time. Brace yourself.
Sit.
Oh! Sorry, Aldous, Olchazini.
What ho? 2 years and 2 months.
2 years, 2 months. 2 bells. To all of you, good morning. Watto, Lizzie, good morning. Catastros did the finding out you have a nosebleed when you blow your nose, which is usually at the absolute worst time, like on a bus or in a public setting. But I still take almost kind of like an 80s horror movie kind of like gore vibe from it after. Like once everything's settled and you look at it and you're like, wow, I look like I just did a murder. Anyway, how are you all doing? Tell me your tales. Yeah, I'm going back to a bit of classic Everhood. I think I need it. Put a bit of the old pep in the step, you know. Oh man, the thumbnail wasn't me pouring the coffee. Lame. Yeah, Kymba, we're going back. We're going back, friend. Also, do let me know if the audio is feckin' weird. I readjusted it back to what it was prior to Perun Day. And MDH, Watto friend, hello, hello. Sorry, Kymble, Erman, Watto friends. Oh, MDH, I'm an absolute disaster at the moment. So I'm going to focus on games, game news, art. Alnus, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm going to be thinking about Biomutant for a long time. Now I need to kind of go back and understand... You know what? I understand why it reviewed poorly and why it had a bit of a negative user response. But holy crud, I did not think that game was as fresh as it was. MDH, when you say you have a new serial coming, are we talking like a long written series of short novellas, or are we talking like Snap, Crackle and Pop here? Sorry, where are my manners? So Danny Sink, good morning, Watto friend. Sermion, Watto and hello. Serial story coming out chapter by chapter. Okay. Because look, it's okay to be excited by Serial. I do this thing where I buy some and then I forget about its existence until the milk in the fridge turns into some kind of like sentient life form. And then we have to send diplomats and, you know, we have to open up a dialogue between nations, the curdled cheese nation and myself. It's a lot of hassle. It's a lot of hassle. Red Burning Dragon, Wolfcrad, Watto friend! Oh no! Oh, mate, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, feck 'em, and I will do my absolute best to keep you company until you find something properly block rocking. I mean, Earl, who knows? Maybe this is the week that someone puts forth the wanted mech pilot. Maybe that's the thing that goes online. Though I am starting to realise that people that really know mech video games are a very strange breed. Recently, the Pokemon the Pokemon-esque giant robot game Biomotor Unitron, which was one of the Neo Geo Color Pocket's shining examples, was recently re-released on Switch. And looking in the comments denotes a certain kind of giant robot fan. People that kind of hit, you know, Armored Core and MechWarrior and all that they could and found that it wasn't enough. I mean, Fasele is obviously the superior giant robot game on that platform. But that game only shipped... It didn't sell, it only shipped 10,000 units worldwide. Because famously, the Neo Geo Color Pocket folded before the American release of quite a few titles. It was one of the few instances where the PAL version came out first. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you. Oh god, sorry, where are my words? Vanderbeest, thank you kindly, Infinite Pine Loves. Kindle, I work for myself. I don't get holidays. I don't get days off. And the only queen that I am currently celebrating is the queen of both style and Scar, being one Gwen Stefani. That's a fact. I need to trim Seeing Red out of this playlist. Anyway, how is it going with your lovely selves? Aside from the hard drive, a parody comedy site dragging Elon Musk so hard it made international news, game news has been nice and quiet. You know, sometimes I think House Order and House Chaos are kind of working together. Wolfcrad, thank you for the 100. Spraying corgi after corgi into the unfeeling abyss. And Tanari, wow, what? Oh, friends. Hello, hello. And Stammering Gamer, what, ho, friend? Oh, yes, we are getting Pokemon news tomorrow, so that's something to look forward to. Also, the Pokemon Company was reporting profits are way up again this year. So it turns out those little fuzzy critters are still worth a couple bucks. God. It's actually kind of scary when you start talking with people about how much money Pokemon as an IP makes. Like, oh boy. that little chubby-faced Pikachu is worth the big bucks. Okay, so Danny been trying out a number of games. Busy trying out Fear right now. Fascinating. Fear is such a strange little snapshot. Like, Fear as a game doesn't necessarily hold up like it used to, but it was such a touchstone for so many creatives. Like, you can't talk about first-person games or horror games without talking about Fear. Famously, the first game to really weaponize NPC dialogue to infer intellect on characters. Famously, Fear was always cited as having the best enemy AI at the time. As we would find out later on, it's not too much different than what everyone else was doing, except for one thing. The characters emoted what they were doing. So when the evil shooty gunbang guys would try and sneak around you, they'd say, "Hold cover, I'm going to flank him," or "I'm reloading," or "Oh no, we're taking too much fire, spread out." Yeah, as Aldous, spot on. Fear is such a wonderful example of how stagecraft can convey such an incredible experience in video games. And it is a thing to remind yourself as a creative that it's not about what you can do, it's about what the user feels. Like, you don't have to have hyper-complex super AI to create characters that feel realistic or challenging. At some point, I was talking to Tuna about this. We're going to do a run-through of Fear 3, because that's such a wonderfully weird mess of a game. There's a few good online documentaries about what happened with the development of that, and it's fucking fascinating. It's fucking fascinating. Yeah, Earl, all I hear from that story is you just got a sweet Eevee keychain. I mean, friends, I've just been playing Sniper Elite 5 and a weird version of Vampire Survivors on my phone, and that's been it. Gaming-wise, Alright, you know what? We're not going to go into details. I'm very happy to be here, and you know I like spending time with you lot. You are, more often than not, the highlight of my day. But is... Yeah, it's been a few days. It's been weird. But one of the highlights in the last few days was playing Sniper Elite 5 and chaining up Queen's Don't Stop Me Now for when the alarm sounded. And I have to admit, running through a gorgeous French castle with I'm having a good time, blaring, whilst just, like, mercilessly gunning down Nazis does not stop being funny. It doesn't. It doesn't stop being fun. So then, yeah, I set up, like, a best of Queen's playlist. I just sat across on this gigantic French chateau and just clack Nazis. That was a little highlight the last few days. I watched all of new Stranger Things, the Bo Burnham special Redux. I think I described it on Twitter. Sorry, for those of you who haven't seen. So, Bo Burnham's Inside was, I mean, feckin' hell, the most realist shit of 2020. He released what he said was a series of outtakes on YouTube yesterday. And, yeah, that is to outtakes what the Hat DLC is to Frog Fractions. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think the guinea pigs would get into this, but here we are. Lizzie says, is there a normal vampire game to have? I don't know. That Vampire the Masquerade Battle Royale seems like a sensible game for sensible vampires. Nice! Oh, Wolfgrad, if DMCA and stuff like that wasn't a problem, then the amount of banging tunes we would put on for specific parts of the game. Although, I will say, Control's Ashtray Maze tune slaps. Anyway, so Earl's been going on Hard Space Shipbreaker, yes. Oh, good old Hunter Caller Wild, God, 1,000 years old. MDH has been playing so much Rogue Legacy 2. And Vivid Night. Vivid Night. Interesting. That might be because I'm decaffeinated, but that's not ringing a bell, so let's have a look. Huh. Fascinating. Yeah, MDH, congratulations. I did not know about that game. So, you have mentioned a game that I did not know. Which takes more doing than I like to discuss. Felix has also been on Sniper 5, playing a little bit more Oxygen Not Included. Lovely. And Catastrophe is at nearly 90 hours on Neo 2 on PC. It's lovely to hear that you're having more time with it. God. But friends, no joke, I have been thinking about Biomutant since we played it on Saturday. I'm just like... That was definitely a game that needed a little bit more time just to iron out. It definitely feels like that game... was one of those titles where they promised them they'd have a big team and a big budget, and then the big team and budget wasn't brought, and they had to just finish the game with what they had. Kimball says, you mentioning Diablo when we talk about V Rising. Go back into Diablo 3 for the lols. Lovely. And Lagmeister, what-ho, friend? Ikoa, what-ho? I'm glad to see people are enjoying Disco Perun. Okay, so Stammering. We played Biomutant on Saturday, and the reason I chose it is I thought it was going to be a very kind of like mediocre open world game. The kind of thing that would be really good as like background to chatting, you know, whilst trying to sound like Perun for the day. Which, by the way, was way more exhausting than I was expecting. Oh, Perun voice kicked my ass. Yeah, just gonna pop on over, refresh my DNA. Sorry, Lizzie's been telling that to their partner to do a bit of damage. But no, so we played Biomutant, and it is gloriously weird. Like, the best way I can describe it is it's like OG Lionhead Studios type game. It goes wild in many directions, unapologetically. It's one of, at least conceptually, oh sorry, I should say, at least like thematically, it's one of the freshest games I've played in a long time. Like, it gives no hex. And I can understand, usually I'm very anti-mass exposition. I usually prefer letting the user kind of like understand and soak in the world before throwing exposition at them, because they got no context for understanding. But the thing about Biomutant is it's so wildly the other way. Like, it's non-stop exposition, but with absolutely zero context. So it's like someone's like speaking a completely separate language to you in a manner almost as to set the normality of the bizarrity of it all. It's not telling you, you know, it was the 3rd age of the 14th age. It's like the Gluggle Floppers were banished beyond the walls after the Meflampha became. But then when the Meflampha Restroyers appeared, that was when they returned. And you're like, none of this makes any sense, and I'm fascinated. Also, why is the good guy leader called Slimy Terminator? Why? We'd never... Now, it is rough around the edges, and the CGI trailer does imply a different kind of game. Like, if you looked at the promotional materials of Biomutant pre-launch, it implied something very different. And what we got was strange and weird and quirky. I almost feel like the quality of the marketing assets put people on the wrong foot going into that game. But, I mean, I'd need to play more of Biomutant to really understand it. But yeah, the world is gorgeous, the character creation is fascinating, and it's just so fresh as a game. But, I mean, like I said, we did encounter, I don't want to call them bugs, but the kind of things that felt like the team was rushing to get it finished, and they did, but they cut all the corners in the process. So things like, the first real choice you have is between two warring factions. But there's no choice to go with neither, despite the open worldness. And if you reject one and talk to the other, you are immediately signed up with them. So there's no like, chat to these people, then chat to these people, and then make an informed decision. And honestly, that doesn't feel like idiocy or oversight. It really does feel like, friends, we've got to get this questline just done. Hondas, what's going well? Yeah, and then the war for the plumbers started. Look, Restroyed is still the favourite feckin' thing I heard in that game. When something is so badly destroyed, because it was destroyed once and then restroyed again. The idea that you go to an area that's already fecked up with the intention to feck it up even more. And also, like, there was a morality system based on narrative choices with these two little, like, sprites. And it's just, again, never explained. It just is. You know, it does a good job of dropping us straight in the game, and not making us play as like the little child version first, which I really appreciate. Because apparently even Trek to Yomi fell for that old trope. Nobody wants to play as an annoying child at the start of a game. All it does is make our character less likable. Actually, I'm trying to think of games that... I didn't hate Fallout 3's intro, but every time I think about replaying that game, I just can't be fecked with, like, Vault High School bollocks. Tunnel Snakes Rule. I'm trying to think of a game where you play as your younger self in, like, the opening. Also, Nier doesn't count. Because Papa Nier is the true Nier. Ocarina of Time is a good one. But I guess Ocarina of Time fits more into that, like, you know, first game, second half of game. Fable series did do it well. Okay, so it's not impossible. But yeah, Trek to Yomi. Oh. Trek to Yomi again proving that merely emulating the style of something without understanding its impact and its weight is a fast track to feckery. Assassin's Creed Unity. Go. Oh. But yeah. Biomutant's one of those games I'm going to be thinking about for a long time, and I hope it sold well. I know it came out at the right time, but like, in a world full of boring and bland video games, dare to be different. And Lizzie, no, you're right. Ocarina of Time's different because it's a full playthrough with a kind of a jump back. But yeah, no. So there are some examples that aren't terror bad. And okay, Ezio, but you're playing as like, I guess you're playing as like late teens, early 20s Ezio, taking the time frame into consideration. So you're pretty much just a grown-up, if you'll forgive the term, fuckboy at that point. You know what? It's not an awful trope. I retract my snark, because it can be used very well. For Ezio, it shows his growth. Like, you get to play with him when he's being fun and irresponsible, and then you see the consequences of what he's doing, and it's like, peoples. And to the smallest waffle, what, ho friend? Hello, hello? Jackie, what, ho friend? Hello, hello. So, what else has been going on? Monument Valley's coming to PC, finally. The one thing that made... the one thing that gave Mobley Games a shred of legitimacy. Anyone who wants to feel 1,000 years old, the Epic Battle Fantasy Collection is on Steam now. Which was a fascinating snapshot. If you've never heard of it, so basically it was a bunch of Flash games back in the Newgrounds era that were all based around like endgame level turn-based JRPG battles. So you were just given a handful of characters with max abilities and powers, and you basically had to work out these fights kind of like a puzzle. And it ended up inspiring a lot of developers, like the team that did Cthulhu Saves the World, and the last two bits of the Rain Slip Precipice of Darkness, and stuff like that. And...
My bones, does they become here the creek?
Yep. It's nice to see these old Flash games getting, like, emulated, supported, and re-released, because, you know, I'm not saying they're good, but they're an important touchstone of, like, video game history. Yeah, Embracer Group has been saying they're going to be going to very, very, very active lengths to try and to preserve video games. I'm worried because they are not the most stable of companies, so the only thing I can think of with their like video game preservation project is more of a PR maneuver. And the team behind Dream Daddy are making a new game, and it's a weird, fecked up psychological horror. Whee! Turns out, if you're mean to developers, they make mean games. And I think we talked about the fact that Microsoft's going to be acknowledging Raven Software's union. We talked about that, right? I like Doomfather. Oh, the other thing being, someone posted a fake link to what was it? A Bloodborne remastered that spread like wildfire. Once again, proving that people's thirst for more Bloodborne stuff is very high. Last year, I heard from what I believed to be very trusted sources that we were going to be getting a Bloodborne PC remaster. As you've all noticed, that's not happened. So, at this point, I think there is either some very, very stark negotiations going on at the moment, or there is something additionally complex. Because there's already a Steam SKU for Returnal on PC. So it'll be really interesting to see that one getting the proper treatment. And Wolfgrad, on like the Embracer Group thing, can Embracer Group survive long enough for that archive of video games to be preserved? You know what I mean? For it to be potentially fiscally stable enough that if Embracer Group goes under, like the collection can stay and not get just sold off. And down under Dwarf, what ho friend? Hello, hello. I guess that's where I'm at. Anyway. And Moose, you know what? I think it's fine to have that kind of cynical opinion on it. It's just sometimes PR is about getting the easy wins. I remember when Sony did a big jab during the unshareable games era of live on stage showing how you'd share games on the PS4, and with one person just passing it to another. Saitlin, I'm not actually sure what died specifically, because, well, there's definitely something rattling around in there. Yeah, my Elite Series 2 finally gave up the ghost during Biomutant. I haven't decided what we're going to do with this. Some people have suggested a Viking funeral, but basically the cable no longer connects. And I've tested the cable with other devices and things like that. So, as you all saw during Biomutant, it was just... it was saying, please reconnect the controller. And I was like, alright, well, I'm not jostling or moving anything. So I unconnect it, reconnect it. Okay. And it was doing that repeatedly until it no longer registered at all. I was very kindly given just a classic current series Xbox controller, which is lovely and comfortable. Like, this is a luxury. This is a sturdy necessity that works with everything, and I like its layout. Like, these things are like... the cheapest I saw was like $150. And it was a lovely gift from a friend like 2 years ago. And when you consider that I use this thing, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, plus gaming, Like, this thing has worked hard. So, I don't resent it, you know. It has fought well. Plus, I love the fact that you could swap out the buttons. So, if you wanted to play, like, fighting games and stuff like that. But the thing was... Okay. So, if you wanted to, get the old fighting game D-pad in there rather than the radial menu. Good times, good times. Yeah. I mean, Varbles, like I said, it was a lovely gift that has taken us through a great many games. Yeah, Dastros, I'm with you there. setting a plastic controller ablaze doesn't seem like the healthiest choice, but then I'm not making healthy choices anymore, so get that good plastic fume flavor. I mean, I could try and get it repaired. It's the old thing of, like, right now, you know, the thing I have less of than money is time. So, like I said, I have a controller. It works. It's shiny out the box. It does the job. I am very lucky to have friends that will keep me supplied with the tech that I need to do this with you all. Also, friends, I know we usually go for like an hour of Wafflemancy. I want to get back in game. So I'll probably be kicking off the Stanley Parable in about 5 minutes. Oh, Quasi, that is true, but the reverse is not. That was a great piece of advice from a very good friend, which is that you can turn your time into money, but you can never turn your money into time. And I think about that a lot. Kyle says, can we do my favorite ending before we sleep in like 2 hours? Sure. Just give me some gentle nudges towards it once we're back on the path. But yeah, I'm good with that. But then I also love the old, if we do not make time, how can we spend time? Varble says, hiring people to do stuff for you is turning money into time. You've obviously never managed a team. I assure you. Somehow, despite people taking work off your hands, for the most part it ends up being more work. Okay, sorry. My buddy Craig is currently on... my buddy Craig is also playing Sniper Elite, but he's I think he's based out of Germany at the moment? Oh god, I've forgotten... I've forgotten where he's living in Europe. So we're basically on opposite times. He's been binging Sniper Elite 5 as well. And he just found Bistro de Deux, or that is Bistro Doodoo. New Hotel Scipio confirmed. Oh yeah, Lizzie, there was Saltwell there for a second. No, you know what? It was a situation where I should have negotiated specifics, and I didn't. And so I ended up being given juniors in a situation where the amount of time it would have taken to train them up to be useful to me ended up putting my kind of like my hours in a day well in the negatives, you know what I mean? So that's where that salt comes from. In fairness, like I had requested this tune. In fairness, I had requested more staff. I was given more staff. but I wasn't allowed to interview and choose which staff members I got. And so I basically got given this graphic design kid who was a bit of a knob end. Like, very good at his job, but unfortunately knew it. So I was trying to take him through the process of like creating stuff and like dealing with a bloody teenager. Anyways, this is actually just a rule of thumb. God darn it. I'm so sorry, friends. I didn't mean that. You can tell the coffee's just kicking in. Anyway, what I meant to say is, moving forward, for those of you who don't know, the term, the rule of thumb, it's a very bad turn of phrase. And the problem is, it's only in my vocab because I was rewatching People Watching, where they have a bit about why it's bad. God darn it. When bringing on new members of staff, you need to allocate the amount of time to bring them up to speed, because often I've seen teams and companies that allow for what's called onboarding. So you hire someone to do a job, right? And the onboarding process is the amount of time for them to like research how the team works, find out what the process is, and integrate into the team. Problem is, it works both ways. You have to allocate time for yourself to bring them up to speed. Because if you don't, you'll end up doing it anyway. Like, it's going to happen. And it's something that indie teams do not talk about. Bringing on board a contractor, bringing on board a new member of staff is a massive undertaking and should not be underestimated. Yeah, Quasi, I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring in the real shit, but it never gets talked about. Kaible says they're sick of people asking, have you considered hiring more people? They say they can't handle their requests. Also, if you're already in a managerial position, hiring more people creates this kind of like web of delegation. Yeah. So it basically shifts you from doing what you're already doing into being a manager of managers. Because if you hire one person as a middle go-between, like how you divvy up your workload to them creates a situation where you're able to do less of what you want to do and are spending more and more. Hang on. I like Born from Chaos as well, but let me bring this down a little bit. Quasi was saying they have 3 contractors starting next week, along with 1 FTE, all on the day before we're supposed to have a 2-day retreat. Oh, sorry, Quasi, that wasn't a joke at you. That was just the idea that that's just going to slot in. It often comes from big structure environments not thinking about people in people ways, kind of thinking about like bums on seats, numbers on heads, which is ironic considering we're going to be playing the Stanley Parable today. Oh, yeah. I mean, in fairness, you don't need me to tell you this, obviously, but the reason why big game studios tend to do like the high turnover of staff, like the surge and then the redaction, is because they're making long-term projects and they're trying to solve problems by just throwing more bodies at it. And the thing is, once those bodies are done, what do you do with them? You don't have enough work after the crunch period to justify it. So what do? You just get rid of everybody. Now, things are getting better, and this is one of the reasons why like the institution of unions is going to be interesting, because it will be much harder for big studios to hire 100 people and then fire 100 people like it's nothing. So in that case, how do you plan the structure of your games? Well, you got to think smarter, not harder. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's think smarter, not harder. That's a well-known phrase that humans say. Anyway, the only reason I talk about this is because I've encountered a lot of indie teams who the hiring of their first 2 or 3 people has been one of the hardest growth periods, because the speed and flexibility that you have as a solo individual is incredible, but this comes at a great cost. Everything's on you. You don't do it, doesn't get done. So you think, all right, I'll bring some people on. But then you realize you have to have more of a constructed, focused pipeline. Most of the successful solo devs that I know, and by solo I mean like one full-time with occasional contractors, they have a very, very strong sense of self-production. So they will have graphs and charts that track out, all right, here's everything in the game, here's what it's going to take to make it, and here's how we deliver on that. And it's when you start like divvying that up from there, it's difficult. Like, one of the, okay, not to pat myself on the back or anything, but one of the skills that I am glad that I've had, okay, you know what, I can't do any back patting because I've not taken a product to market as an indie yet. But by allowing each individual to be a stakeholder over their specific artistic discipline on the project and having very clearly defined roles in that space, giving everyone like at the core start an equal level is a really good way to give everyone a level of autonomy. So what that means is you're making a 3D project, right? So that means you need coder, you need an artist, minimum, all right? So if your job is to lead the project, let me take you through what I've been doing in the past. Whether it's successful or not, only time will tell, but here's what I do. My job, get the money, run the project, make sure the project sells. So I'm not the ideas guy. I do the shit nobody wants to talk about. Like, I'm the business guy and the bad guy. I have been lucky enough to be friends with some very good producers, so I have a base understanding of how to at least structure production. I am not a producer. I'm not a good producer, but I know how to piece together a timeline, you know what I mean? And so when working in teams like that, whoever's working art style and design is entirely their choice. Programming team, how do they want to make it? They make it how they want to make it. They want to make it in Godot. They want to make it in fucking scientific calculator. It's all theirs. But my job is then to take what they want to do, factor in like time to produce and discuss it with. You know, if our... Okay, so here's a good example. So the team wants to make a stop motion claymation style game. Now that's just impossible with 3 people. Like, the artist would die before they finished all the anims needed to bring that together. Even with kind of like some cheeky rotoscoping or some, I don't know. Hang on, give me another run up on that one. As basically that was me starting to do the Tony Hawk's trick and just eating it on the curb. So let me have another run up on that one. So I encountered this team who are making a stop motion game, and the way that they are succeeding to do this without killing themselves is photogrammetry. So rather than doing traditional stop motion animation or the kind of thing from like... Is this just not playing tunes anymore? Cool. I'm gonna scream at something today. Instead of trying to do traditional stop motion animation, which is incredibly time consuming. Like seriously, go watch the behind the scenes of Kubo and the Two Strings. It's incredible. But, sorry, for things like Clay Fighter and other stop motion video games in the past, they basically do traditional stop motion animation rotoscoped. That's a massive time sink. That'll kill you. Yeah, apparently we're just not allowed tunes today. Cool. Thanks, Everhood. So what this particular team has done is that they have created stop motion plasticine creations and then used photogrammetry, combining that with all the fun tools that Unreal gives you. Like, they're able to create the look and feel of stop motion animation without the pain and the agony. Kind of not too dissimilar from how Arc System Works uses a specific style to emulate 2D hand animation with 3D models. Now, the reason I bring up that example is that it's that kind of collaboratory process between whoever has to be the grown-up in the room, whoever has to be the producer, and the art and code that create situations like that. I mean, shit, if you haven't, and it's only on my mind because I rewatched it recently trying to sleep, as sleep has not been happening. The no-clip documentaries on the production of Transistor, like, holy crud. That is a great, great example of all the artistic disciplines having a voice in the room and working together to create both the feel but also the pipeline of creation. It's feckin' fascinating. And yes, Phyllis, you're right. The Swapper did do that. I think there's a couple of other stop motion games that are set to be coming out that are doing slightly similar things, but anyway, it's fascinating. And the reason I bring this up is that sometimes, okay, you know what? All of the time, video games are about compromise. Video games are about not what do we want to do, but what can we do. And once you're in that space and you understand it, you can do some fascinating things. But sometimes wrangling people is the worst. I mean, Phyllis, you're right, Supergiant do have a fantastic structure. It's, I don't want to say a unique situation. I think you could set up a studio with a similar philosophy, but okay, you know what? That's another conversation. As Kyle was saying, scope versus capacity, yes. You know, what do we want to create versus what can we create? I'm sorry, and I don't mean to get into the weeds about this. I know I'm kind of waffling incoherently at this point. It's just, I was talking to one of my dev friends over the weekend, and they were like, what are you up to? And I'm like, most of my game project stuff has come to a halt. I mean, honestly, the last proper scope conversation I had was with, I think, Kisa and Moose over our cottagecore shooter. But I don't have hours in a day. Like, there are programmers I can hit up for starting to create like a vertical slice for potential pitching, but that's time, and that's the one thing I do not have. Like, honestly, friends, if you ever want to chat with me, just like, hey, how's it going? This is the place to talk to me. This is where I have the most amount of time to just have a banter, sip a cuppa. So that's why it's been on my mind, because the last time that we did the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, they did the whole thing on the Idea Guy. A horrible, horrible concept that sprung out of the rockstar marketing around, like, 90s video game creators. Right?
Hey, how's it going?
Quasi, I am here. And, okay, it is not on you lot to keep me upright, okay? But for as long as I'm here, I'm doing great. And thank you for the 200 bits, by the way. Alnus, I wanted to call the PO box yesterday, but it was Memorial Day here in the US, and they were closed. Stanley says we could do a long ship game. Enough turning people around here to build something. Yeah. Okay, so Stammering, this is just the realities of creating a video game, right? So we have a lot of talented people. How do we structure that team in such a way that nobody gets screwed over and everyone has a stake in it, but if individuals' lives change and they have to tap out, we don't end up with basically dead ends. Any of you have worked in mod projects know what that's like. But also, I can't afford to pay you right now. That's just the long and short of it. I mean, the war chest is much better than it has been, but, like, I am in no position to be, like, starting a company and taking on staff. So that means I have to offer people something. Like, I either have to offer them, like, a rev share or something of equivalent value in a contracted agreement. So I'm not just yet another white dude on the internet hoovering up people's time for no money. Well, Kybal, that's very kind of you. And it's nice to know I've got, like, if you'll forgive the term, military-grade badass that I can apply to a situation. So that's the first stumbling block. So the way you handle that in the initial is keeping the number of bodies on the vertical slice low, and use the vertical slice for the acquisition of funding. If you're unfamiliar with these terms, vertical slice is kind of like a pitch demo. So it's not designed for consumers, but it is designed to show, 1, your team know what they're doing, 2, they can deliver a game, and 3, what the game will actually feel like. So whereas a demo is constructed for consumers with the idea of giving them a snapshot of the experience, a vertical slice just needs to show the core of the experience. There doesn't need to be a narrative run-up. There doesn't need to be a reason. You can just drop a person in and just let them run with it. It also doesn't need to work on every computer ever. And being able to create that means you can start going to publishers and being like, hey, we'd like... I mean, I did the math. We could probably make the cottagecore shooter for about, like, $300,000-$400,000. I'd want to make it with a couple mil, but that's just me. You know? Now, and here's the other thing. In an ideal world, Longship Studios... Oh yeah, and Catastrophe, this track is still amazing. Through the Fire and the Frog. The ideal situation would be able to get everyone together in the Longship, create together almost as like, oh fuck, what's it called? Not a commune. Damn it, Coffee, why are you not helping me out with these big clever words? But yeah, the ideal situation would be to create it as a group here on the Longship with no publishers, so that all... Yeah, I don't know, I think a co-op is the right term. So that way, all the revenue that comes out comes into everybody. But then we have to start working out rev share between, I mean, anywhere from like 5 to 20 people. And the logistics of doing that alone is a full-time job. I could pay my accountant to handle that one, which would be kind of cool. Dude used to write tabletop RPG books back in the day. Like, I think he'd find that cool. But again, that's more expensive. And without the upfront costs, how do we get this off the ground? See, Ikoa says, how many people do you think you need for your cottage game? Well, this is the old, this is the challenge of video game creation right here. The question is not how many people do we need, it's what's the minimum amount of people we can get it done with, while still maintaining the structure and quality of what we want to do. Like, that's the challenge. Because, I mean, ideally... Ideally, we want, like, 6 to 8 people. Because, I mean, mechanically, it's going to be quite... Okay, every Pritch says mechanically it's going to be quite simple. Wait, Johnny, are you sure? Nah, dude. It definitely sounded the horn when I went live. And it picked the shiftiest look. I was trying to get it to take this freeze frame as I was pouring coffee, and it did not want to do that. So yeah, cottagecore game. If you didn't hear the pitch, I wanted to do a cottagecore survival game where you build, restore, and improve your own little kind of like Studio Ghibli-esque cottage on the edge of a dense magical forest. And by day, you go out with your rifle, you collect the things that you need, survive the forest, and you come back, and then, you know, you take the time to improve your little space. Talking through it with Kisa and Moose, like, the real stumbling blocks is just 3D asset creation. The cottage needs to be gorgeous, and it needs to have some way of showing improvement over time. The forest's easier in terms of creating that like dense, weird woodland. But at that point, it's really level design is the challenge there. So I'd want 2, maybe 3 3D artists, core programmer, level designer, I mean, if money's flush, musician from the start. And Quasi, this would be 3D. Now, we agreed on a low poly style because the amount of time it would take to get something looking really gorgeous would be decreased. I mean, might potentially mean that we need a graphics programmer specifically just to get that shine, that vibe, that really like wholesome warmth. So yeah. But the thing is, if we scope back and scale back how we do some of those core elements, if we find a minimum viable product out of our USPs, then we could probably do it with like 3 people. Like, not counting like business and logistics. Now, again, this is basically like me talking fantasy sports at you right now, because my life's a fucking disaster outside of streams. I don't sadly have the time to implement it. Legion's like, is there a Kickstarter link? I don't think I'd be able to take it to market with Kickstarter. I think, considering the people that we know and the kind of project it is, outside of like a viral lightning strike scenario, we could probably only raise about $15,000 to $20,000 for Kickstarter, which would be potentially enough. But that's a real gamble, because that would be enough to take it. That would be enough to pay people to create a vertical slice, but not enough to take it to market. Hey, Quasi, if you win the multi-millions, just kick a couple over this way. Because then, 1, I can help out my friends, I can sort my fucking life out, and then I can just be like, right, video game. So, Pondius, feckin' yo, congratulations on going for the no-hit on this. I do not have the reaction speed for no-hit runs on Everhood. Like, a lifetime of poor sleep cycles and gin has basically destroyed my reactions. But God, I love it. Oh no, so Legion, if I was famous, we could easily kickstart this, no problem. Like, Kickstarter's just about reaching people with a concept, and the time of what if video game have kind of gone from Kickstarter. It's still a viable platform, and it's great for getting a project over the hill. We actually, before they left to go to, I think, was it Bucket, we spoke to Annie Combs a whole bunch, who was head of games at Kickstarter, and it's still a viable method. It's just gone are the days of the big overpromise. Like we won't have another Mighty Number 9 because of Mighty Number 9. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing, friends. Like, I'm a massive nerd about this shit. I don't just love video games. I don't just love the art of it. I love it all. Like, how the sausage is made, how the money gets funneled. Like, this is a tricky kind of project to conceive because it's the kind of project that needs to succeed. So, we go to a publisher. Publisher says, all right, we'll give you $500,000. Our project needs to make $500,000 back before we start seeing money personally, if at all. Like, if we get a first-party deal, you know, we're basically exchanging potential future revenue for security. So, like, if we go to Microsoft, Microsoft goes, we like your game. We're going to fund your team to make it. But it's coming out on Game Pass, it's coming out on our systems, and you are now full-time Microsoft employees. There's the catch, right? We don't have to worry about, you know, making ends meet, and we get to make our project. But what if Cottagecore game goes massive? What if it's another Valheim or, you know, what have you? We won't see any of that. We'll be the creators of a very successful title and could potentially take that forward. But, you see what I'm saying? We could go for a rev share deal, which is riskier, and usually has less money. Like I said, if you want to do it like big money no whammy, you need to be able to make the game yourself without taking a deal from anyone, which is a massive undertaking. Now, we've spoken to like Zalavir and people who have done that successfully, and the way to do it is make lots of little games. Just make lots of little games. Make weird stuff you wanna. Now, if we wanted to be smart, Longship Studios can essentially do what Molyneux said he was gonna, but didn't, which is we make 3 or 4 teeny tiny vignette games that comprise the different elements of a Cottagecore game. Yeah, I know, I'm just big word bingo today. So, we create one little game, which is just exploring the forests, dealing with monsters. We make one game, which is just, look at this place, isn't it neat? Like a smaller, stripped-down version of the gorgeous cottage and the environments. We do a walking sim where we get the visual shaders right. We just put those up as little games, itch.io and Steam, just little games, and have that revenue coming in. And then we bring those together for our main title. In theory. What tends to happen, though, in projects like that is that the first one comes out, everyone realizes how fucking hard it is to make video games, and it hurts, and no one wants to keep going. That's what tends to happen. That's why a lot of this, like, path to success through, like, iteration tends to be done by, like, individuals. That is to say, individuals that are driving, who then contract or work with people on and off. Like, you look at, I mean, Zalavir's our poster child for this, right? You know, he's been making weird, strange games as Strange Scaffold for a while. And also doing titles with, like, contract work with other teams and things like that. Yeah, Lagmeister, a donut box of vertical slices. Heck yeah. Now, itch.io doesn't generate a lot of revenue, but it's good having it there, and then slowly moving forward towards Steam, which has the potential to make more money. But Steam's expectation of quality is much higher.
This nerd thinks making games is hard. Shows what you know. Kappa Kappa Lamaro for bums.
Shit, you've done me! I'm sorry, friends. Yeah, I've been rumbled. It is in fact correct. Video games are really easy to make. They're just a button in Unity. I'm sorry. I just wanted to sound cool in front of you all. I'm personally too lazy to push the make game button. Yeah, and Kaimball, each game giving you an idea of whether or not it'll work as a concept. Yes. In big studios, you'll end up doing a vertical slice not for pitching to external funding, but to prove that it can be made. Yeah, Clank, you just gotta keep pushing that make game button. Honestly, I wish big studios could be more open about their, like, internal pitching process and stuff like that. Like, unfortunately, due to a combination of ironclad NDAs and friendias, I'll never be able to show you some of like the internal projects that I've had the chance to like play or be a part of. But one of the hard things about working in the video game industry is hitting that space where you know there are brilliant games out there that got so close and never made it. Not the ones that were like a concept that no one ever worked on. You know, the game you never finish is always perfect, but the ones that, due to some weird reason, never made it past internal pitching, and you just have to sit there and be like, Johnny's like, I like to Evolve. I mean, Perios and I will wax lyrical about Evolve. Oh, okay, so while I'm getting Stanley Parable up and running, so friends, this week is an interesting week. If you didn't see the announcements, so today we are continuing with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe because that game is brilliant, even if it does hurt me. Tomorrow, tomorrow is the 1 year anniversary of the launch of Operation Tango. And so I bugged a bunch of friendos to see if anybody wanted to join me. Someone who hadn't played through it. So it looks like it's going to be me and Dan Jones tackling Operation Tango proper. I don't know if it ever made it up onto Playframes, but we did a thing ages back on a game called Clandestine, which was a similar premise, but 90s. So I'm really looking forward to that one. So Thursday's the Anacrusis. So Johnny, if you want to chat about Evolve, come swing on by on Thursday, because me and Aperios have had so many conversations about Evolve, and it's Evolve was such a fascinating game, and it almost succeeded. And what's interesting about it is that where it failed, they're all little blips that stack up. Oh, so Lagmeister, you're right. Double Fine's Amnesia Fortnite is a public internal pitching, kind of matched with a game jam. But the thing is, Lagmeister, there are so many game companies that have internal pitching systems that, with great concepts that never really go anywhere. And the thing is, very few of those games will ever see the light of day. Everyone involved is NDA'd up the wazoo. Everybody who knows about it can't talk about it. But there they are. Just sitting up like in the back of my memory for 1,000 years. Okay. Let's get this game started, otherwise I will just talk to you in vague terms about video games. Oh, also, Friday, Sea of Thieves, which everyone's feckin' hooked on, myself included. It's just, I have self-restraint. I have been trying not to binge it in my downtime, because one, I don't want you lot to miss out on the interesting stuff that happens, but also, I don't want to burn out on it, because that seems to be what everybody else did with Sea of Thieves who got into it. Was they started playing it, loved it, played it non-stop, and then never wanted to touch it again. And I'm like, no! There's so much video game! Right, you. Video game. No. Alright. And again, friends, do let me know how the audio's doing. Okay, the current time is... Actually, quickly go around the hog. 1:33. No! Hang on. Alright, before we get started, can I just say something? Sure, game. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that state seriously. They just leave the clock set to noon and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you've set are correct. I tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favourite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. This is amazing. Alright, let's get back to your video game now. Oh, God darn it, chainsaw. Leaf blower man. The superhero that no one asked for. Leaf blowerman. Yeah, and XD Johnny XP, it's a fascinating thing to discuss, especially with Evolve. And I want to save it for us for Thursday. Because I've been chatting with people at Stray Bombay, and there is some cool new stuff they have for us. It didn't make it for Thursday last week, and this is a short week in the US because Memorial Day, but we will, at some point, be getting some super fresh stuff from them. Perios is saying, just on the Evolve conversation, that it frustrates them in a weird way with so many asymmetrical multiplayer titles seeing the light of day after Evolve, and nothing quite scratches that same itch for them. There's something about having to actually work together to bring the beast down that made for such a sense of satisfaction. The level design was amazing, and the characters, and how you learned about them from voice chat were amazing. And there I go again! Gonna go get coffee. Stop thinking about Evolve. Hey, mate, we'll talk about it on Thursday. It'll be good. Leaf Blowerman. Yeah, that's definitely the Kojima character that no one asked for. Hey, Aldous. Hey, no worry. I know, so Kimball had one specific thing that they wanted us to aim for, so we're going to be trying for that before they got to call it a day.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley!
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
And Vanderbeek, thank you for the
others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Achievement unlocked. Welcome back. And Biggs, welcome back. How are you doing, friend? Don't forget, find the figurines. Meeting today in the meeting room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh yes, we did the turn off the PC element. Bucket!
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Emotional support bucket. Let's go! Okay, so pick up the bucket, turn the mind control machine on, and the end of the correct path. Roger, roger.
That's the Jedi. Blast him.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bum ba da dum ba dum ba. Bum ba da dum ba dum ba. Okay. Well, this is fucking haunting. Okay, how do we find them? Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. Weird spinning figures. Employee 421 building a bridge. Maybe we are the collective. Shut the frick up! Sorry, and it says, to whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience, or local audio sources using an array of cardboard microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allows me to triangulate the source of the strange noises. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. They also picked up what looks like reverberance of the porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this one? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Difficulty to findings. No, I'm not putting the bucket in the shredder. Where are they? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. There will be a reward. Nice. Who are you? There will be a cleaning of this wall required. Stop kidding themselves. I want them so much. I want them home. Okay. A large room with lots of boxes. Stairs, or something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Interesting. Nearby a fireplace. Gotta collect them all. Alright. Construct a new sound bridge. Interesting. Dun 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 dun. We can do it! We can do it.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Ah!
But alas, no stickers.
Leave.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Also, you can never have too many stickers. No, you know what? You know what? We're going to focus on the Stanley Parable. I'm not going to bring up incredibly heavy topics. Alright, so this is where we found one of them. Okay, not incredibly heavy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I think I'd remember that by now, yet here we are.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so firstly, Jackie, stickers are awesome. If you haven't seen all of my my shiny Gundam stickers, I will show those off in a yay! Bum ba da dum ba dum ba.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Thanks, I hate it. Oh, because we did the up and down last time, didn't we? We made it this far, and then we had the falling out with the bucket. Oh, God, that was a good ending.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
So Berrios, as much as I'd usually be the first person to get myself into a lot of trouble, I can't actually do the droid voice. All I can do is Roger, Roger, and
There's the Jedi. Blast him.
Stanley and the
That's
bucket
it.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Alright, so just taking a second for peeps to catch up. So this is the point. Wow, sorry. Let me come back to reality. Apologies, I'm very all over the place at the moment. So wait for Carmel to catch up. Okay, so the thing with the stickers. All right, we're gonna end up talking about this at some point. So, as you may or may not know, Bucket will support me. Yeah, well, don't come back to reality. It's a very dull place. I don't know. A lot happens. Over the weekend, I believe end of last week, the Ni no Kuni mobile game dropped. And it's been quite a, let's just be honest, shit show. While it currently does not contain nufters, it does contain some very, very aggressive cryptocurrency-focused microtransactions. That's a gross sentence to say, and let me tell you, reading about it's even worse. It's not getting a very warm reception. And as you may or may not know, like, I am almost militarily against what is referred to as play to earn. Play to earn is a concept that's being, conceptually it's been around for a while, but it's being banded around a lot in the newer space, especially involving NFTs. The shiny crypto bro pitch of it is that you play a game and you earn either cryptocurrency or you earn NFTs by playing it. In reality, it's a incredibly insidious method of microtransactions, which turns video games into these horrific, Dickensian sweatshops with digital land barons and the ilk. It's a feckin' mess. There's a whole bunch of articles. Again, if you haven't seen the wonderful video Line Goes Up, that is going to be the most succinct way of understanding it and understanding how sinister it is. So, as someone who is vehemently against this, currently NFT-focused methodology of play-to-earn games, I started thinking about titles that have become moneymakers in themselves via microtransactions, and basically where I sit emotionally on the spectrum. Like, I'm vomitously against the current situation, but I've been okay with things like CSGO And I've been trying to understand where my biting point is, like where this violent vermin reaction is coming from. Because there are video games you can play out there where you can generate money for yourself inside an ecosystem. And mind control!
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the Bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well, and Quasi, I mean, I also despise the terminology of play to earn. That the idea is that it's not about the experience, it's that every facet of what you do should be turned into cash. Kymel says, do you know if you can fall off the platforms here? I didn't. Should I? Like, Kymel, we're aiming for the... but we need to keep going to turn on the mind control device, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, a little bit moving forward. Hit the next button. Yeah. Anyway, so I've been thinking about titles that I've interacted with that have things that could be described thusly but aren't. So we've got Counter-Strike, or CSGO. Famously a bastion of weird money laundering and strangely expensive skins. It is something that exists technically within Steam's own ecosystem that allows users to sell things back and forth to each other. The price of which is only denoted by what users will pay. And this includes things like stickers that you can put onto guns. It includes, like, you know, name tags, customization. Essentially, creating this ecosystem around customizing your weapons to such an extent, but then being able to sell them to another user. You have EVE Online, which if you can make enough in-game currency, at least back in the day, you would be able to buy a month's subscription to the game. Now, I don't know what the current status is. Now they've changed to a like a paid currency system. But to my understanding, it's still theoretically possible to play EVE Online and be able to generate the subscription fee just by playing it. Perry says, WoW does that with gold. You can purchase gold now in World of Warcraft, if I remember rightly, yeah?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I'm trying to see if there's any more, new weirdness now that we're doing this with the bucket. Quasi, I haven't actually checked in on official EverQuest stuff in the longest of time, so I don't know. Now, I think it's Europa Universe is still kind of famously the most notable case study in this discussion.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
And again, sorry, if you haven't heard of...
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Fucking yo. Okay. So, Europa Universe is a third-person action game, but it has one very, very interesting quirk, which is the in-game currency has a real-world monetary value. Again, People Made Games made a great, great video about this, and it's weird pseudo-gambling. It's very strange. Yeah, and kind, but I'm going to turn it on now. But if I remember rightly, we have to rush around to do like a little speed puzzle to get it going, so that's why I'm just having a natter here. And again, if you haven't seen the People Make Games video, the owner gets asked very directly, do you consider this to be gambling? And oh boy, listening to that, like, mental gymnastics is uncomfortable, but amazing. Anyway. I've been trying to marry why I'm okay personally, and this is more why I'm okay personally with different kinds of monetization that do allow users to play a premium game for no money, and why I'm so vehemently against this wave of play-to-earn titles. Like, my reaction to them is tempered because I don't want to be an arsehole on the internet. But suffice it to say, like, it's one of those situations where I will give no quarter. Like, I have cut friends off who are making those kinds of games because I can't see any reason to it other than just fucking twisted greed. Like, attempts to be on a bandwagon that will make them money, and for no other reason. And the reasoning I can come to is that with all of these play-to-earn games, it's the first thing they're focusing on is how can they turn your time into money, and how can they make you either a sweatshop worker to generate revenue for others, or how people with money can use others to generate more cash, essentially creating these like digital land barons, these there's something about it that's just procking with me seriously, and
when at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
about that.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What the heck? Video games. Do you want big birds? You know what? Let's embrace the gull. Parrot. Tiny burp. Parrot.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Duck!
And then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the Bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
A goose!
And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, I'm see if we can find some crows. Burp.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, River, you're fine. Trying to think which way we should take this now. Let's go follow the path but down the stairs. Because the thing is, all that was old is new once more. Okay, so we found nearby a fireplace. Some were both red and blue. Stairs, something with stairs. Large room full of boxes. Alright. I'm gonna find so many Stanleys.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
Okay.
Simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No. Down into the depths of hell. Finding another tiny Stanley.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Yeah. Alnus. Birds aren't real.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for it. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
What the fuck?
He
Oh,
went
God!
from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket.
What the
He had to
fuck?
return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Well...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
I think I need emotional support from my bucket now.
Is everyone else, like, looking around thinking, like, alright, where's my nearest cuddleable object? I also realised that you could just give out a shit ton of buckets at, like, packs or something like that, just for shits and giggles.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, we're going for escape this time. Because I have a theory. Large room, lots of boxes. I guess some are both red and blue. That's the Rebellion of Choice area, if I remember correctly. So we go up.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley says, does a whiskey glass count as an emotional support bucket-esque item? It has bucket like... It must be bunnies! Business strategy, gun to a panda. Alright. What's with all the carrots? What do they need such good eyesight for anyway? I had the urge to do a rewatch of Buffy, but instead I've just been watching people's like video deconstructions. Anyanka is the best and has no flaws, and Xander absolutely did not deserve them. Close the doors to the bosses without going through them. Just walk in and walk out. Interesting. I'll have to try that next run. Peglin updated. Cool. There's something to be happy about. Honest, I did watch a movie recently, and it was fucking awful in a way that is... You know what? I'll tell you about it in a bit. I found a movie that I'm pretty sure was written by an AI, and it was so bad as to be brilliant. Ooh. And yes, Aylin, some Peglin updates. Don't mind if I do. I feel like there's a lot more legitimate strategies now in Peglin, but I need to actually like pay attention when I'm playing it. Because so far my goal has been Infinite Orb, Urubber Orb plus Magnet equals I'll see you next Tuesday. Also, not nearly as long as the elevators on the Citadel, so this is fine. Clank, it wasn't actually Morbin Time. It wasn't Morbius as the bad movie that I watched. But I did love that on this Twitch.television there were several Memorial Day streams. Damn it! Did I just interrupt our lift ending? God damn it, Graphs Quarterly. Just a minute. Oh wait, hang on. Oh no. Stanley. You know what, Stammering? I might actually go quickly nip to the loo whilst we're going on this elevator that's definitely going somewhere. Kybal, like, you can definitely tell that Dr. Landskov was kind of crows doing a bit of a, not a flex, but learning a few different weird ways to mess with people. Catastros, the bucket is love, the bucket is life. The bucket grinder is not the new best character in this game. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be dropping hot takes like this, but go get some sleep, friend. And thank you for coming and hanging out. Like, y'all are very good to me. Thank you. Alright, but I am busting for loo, so I'll be back in just a sec. I like the idea of staying in this elevator as an endurance test. Like, not quite the baby ending, but it's definitely up there. Stanley! Alright, well, we gave it a shot. Welcome to the infinite.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Yeah.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket...
Oh, darn it, Kymble, I should have done...
Yes, this is certainly the most logical.
Why didn't I do
explanation.
8008? Because I'm a failure, that's why. I realised I hadn't eaten in quite some time, so I just nuked this up. I'll put some extra cheese and some stuff on it. 420, blaze it!
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Stanley took a side step to his right. No, his other right. Ooh, nasty.
So Clank, doing the baby ending for 4 hours does unlock an achievement, and I think you get a special ending from there. And Favor 6, I mean, thank you for the bits. I really appreciate it, yo. That always reminds me of Nightmare, which a lot of our US audience probably won't know. It was like a kids D&D game show.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
And the thing about Nightmare that stays with me is, you know how game shows are always, especially kids game shows, we're always like, everyone's a winner, yay! Nah, Nightmare was, if you fuck up, your friend is dead, canonically, and you all go home next contestant. So sometimes an adventure would last longer than one episode. And I still remember this one team, and they were really excited, and they do their intros of where they're from in the UK, and then at the very beginning, step right, the kid steps left and dies. That's it. Team's out. Team's gone. I always think about that.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I guess it's one of those things. Oh, wow. The Salem just 2-hit cleared a 3-mirror encounter, which if you played a lot of Peglin, that's impressive. Sometimes the structure of your creation can shape people's expectations of it. And I think especially when it comes to game shows or game show-like events, like, the very, very formulaic structure of it often leads there to be a removal of tension.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Can't scare me, narrator! Oh, let's see if they've changed this. And Lost Flowers, I think we all need a bucket. An emotional support bucket sounds great.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
It's been a good run.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Yeah!
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Okay, wait.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh, and Kymble, I couldn't agree more. Like, it's so clever how they've managed to add so much content and so many other ways of articulating what was already in with such a simple system. If you hold the bucket, things get weird. And Favour 6, how could I forget what Mr. Bucket told me to do? The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a carnivorous void. But through the use of the exhibition in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustained. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn with you here into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibition? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Because, okay, this is...
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Exhibit 25. Buckets. And the caption reads, and I quote, "A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced a catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once." And see, here's the thing. The Stanley Parable is both feckin' funny and feckin' arty, so we get to decide how deep we want to take this. You know, the narrative on the narrative, the arrogance of protagonists just taking shit all the time. I don't know, maybe it's because another hand touches the beacon keeps popping up on my feed, but, you know, there's a part of me that thinks about that. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death for just attempting it. The Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. We walk towards the bucket knowledge. Oh, the stress bucket analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Well, friends, I don't know about you all right now, but my bucket overfloweth, and not in the fun way. While we know that the bucket predates the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been around for several millennia. Notice these drawings, how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
There's just... I always have a weakness for great voice actors delivering utterly ridiculous goodness. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket.
The War of the Bucket, or the War of the Oaken Bucket, was fought in 1325 between the rival city-states of Bologna and Modena. It took place in the region of Emilia-Romagna, in northern Italy. The war was an epic...
Favor 6, thank you for the 200. And the glorious nonsense. And Aperios, you're right. After a good night of drinking, one may in fact kneel before the bucket. Apacha! Oh. Not what I was expecting.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. "Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Alright, it's time to rebel.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
Breaking the
This was
law,
not
breaking the
the way
law.
to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
No gods or masters, only buckets.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
So I think one of the Stanley figures is going to be in the cargo room. And the other is going to be by the red door, blue door. So that's what I'm aiming for now.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Red Burning Dragon, we have taken the bucket to the closet, which is how we got our fancy stickers.
Perhaps this... But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Not a chart. Oh, though we could do the middle. No, we'll go this route for now, and then we can do middle next.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
can't... Alright, so there we go. Forget how we get to... Alright, how do we get to that? Oh, oh! Hey friends, guess what?
I've been sleeping in the club.
Yeah.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us
Reactor
can.
online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, Baron Ransack Bonjoy, I want to say thank you for 23 months, I really do. But I have to ask you the important question. Do you have your emotional support bucket with you? If the answer is no, then you do need to go and get it. Sorry. Thank you for 23 months. How are you doing? Okay, Baron's got the bucket with him. That's cool. Now, I don't know if we can get back from here. Oh yeah, there's the vent. I have taken us off the beaten path.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fucking wet. Sorry. Favor 6 just gifted a sub to Emotional Support Bucket. Bum ba da 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 da. Would anyone care for a shit ton of mixtapes? Narrator sound system.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
Sir.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who I'll be trying to get.
Jump scare.
What's that? Who's there?
Thank you, Aldous. Thank you. Sorry, thank you for 200 bits, keeping me alive, obviously. Woo! Ba ba da da ba
All
da
this coworkers
ba.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Kyball says, don't pick up the bucket for blue-red doors. Okay. It's hard to put the bucket down, but you know what? If you insist.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the middle path. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Yeah, so
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
So we've got the middle path down that way. The other one is we go on the elevator and then jump off, and that should lead us to the red blue.
The bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Because if we take the cargo lift all the way up...
Good, said the bucket.
That leads us to
the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Alright, so this would usually be the red-blue room. Let's see what happens with bucket in tow.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I'm sure this is fine.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
It's a weird game show.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes!
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Note to self, strangle the narrator.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I'm gonna keep going.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Ooh. Fuck. Can I phone a friend? Can I cut? Oh, there's no one in the audience. Shit. What is a bucket, if not a container? What is a tractor, if not a container of man? It's not a bucket.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Wait! The game is mocking me.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Ow! A container of man. A mantainer, if you will. Wait, no.
Hold on. I can't find the next. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Vanderbeest, that's a very different thing.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait. When I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Everything's a drum. Everything's a drum. Philosophical question. Everything's a drum.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
A bucket for knowledge.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything's a bucket. Handlebar Watto friend. Aperios, I considered doing the Stanley Parable Twitch drops, activation. But honestly, I think some of the... Okay, look, I know, again, we're getting back into contentious topics, and I'm trying to keep it light and breezy, but I do think some of the bucket monetization elements are very overpowered. And I think it's
all of his co-workers were gone.
I think it's unfair to a lot of people that...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think it's unfair to a lot of people that purchase like premium bucket DLC, that buckets are then just being given away free on Twitch. I think I can understand the reason the user base is very against this.
The embrace of an old friend.
Oh, shit!
A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Alright, let's go unplug that phone.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
Oh, we'll just go down the middle.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No.
Nope.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
So, I can't remember. Is the phone in here to unplug? Or are we just going to head down this way? Decisions. I'll give everybody a chance to catch up. Oh, Salem just killed the tree in the mole fight. Nice. I did that with bombs once. It was messy. So messy. Oh yeah, so handlebar. I'll take the platform in the box room to the end. Roger. Handlebar, so this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good, said the bucket.
There is a ton...
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Even if you've watched
Stanley did not
playthroughs of the
question
Stanley
why or
Parable,
how this bucket was speaking to
you
him.
should consider getting a
It
copy
should
of
have
this.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley, once again, obeyed blindly.
Right, so go up this way. Can't get into there just yet. So we head into here. No phone yet. Because we did this, and this led to the Stanley's not listening.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a
Joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me serious. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last?
The more you
How
know!
can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second
The
time.
secret to good
With
comedy
these
is-
steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny! I'm Dunny with the
Good.
funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Where?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again.
I'm done
so
here
I
with
can
the
try
funny.
telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I'm done here with the funny. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a
Subverting
hilarious
expectations.
concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
What can I even say to add to this menagerie of nonsense? I am merely an odd vehicle for this strange run. All I can intermediately do is sing the adventure theme.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right. I'm trying to remember what we should do at this point. I'm thinking we go right and then try the middle section.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I think it's being very specific. It wants us to actually follow it through.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Hey!
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away
The
from
funny
the
is
fun
not
Stanley
dunny,
was
dear
setting in
friends.
Bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see. Let's see.
The end is never the end. Alright, so we need to get the last Stanlable.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Wait, unless that was a cue for some glorious nonsense. Favor 6 says, game idea, Stanley Parable, but you're the narrator. What is the ending to the magic circle? Oh, the mighty have fallen. Are you not done it with the funny? Alright. No one's leaping forth and being like, Will, you have unlocked the super secret voice noise thing. So I'm going to continue to get the finally Stanlerine. Yeah, red blue doors next. Which I'm pretty sure is still parkour off the...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yes, we parkour.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Cargo
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
He did not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Bum, ba, da, 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 da.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly!
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
No reward hype!
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Actually, we didn't do the red door follow. We did the blue door rebellion, so I'll just carry this one through.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
So, Clank, I'd have to look at the timeline, because I don't know if Crows existed, but Davey and Will were definitely the ones that worked on the OG Stanley Parable. But no, I think, because Davies...
What do we want?
I can't remember.
What are we looking for? Here. Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
God. For those who don't remember, the last time we were in this space was, God, 2019. Was it 19? Or was it? Yeah, it was 2019, wasn't it? Or was 19? Was that GameWorks? God, the timelines are a fucking mess in my head. No, it must have been 2018. And we were hanging out here. Aaron Hawaii came in and was like, "Oh, do you want to go to TwitchCon?" And I was like, "I do. I can't afford it." And you lot were like, "There." And the last time I was in this room was a whole experience. So we're gonna stay here for a little bit. And I'm not asking for anything. I'm not fishing. You all know that. It's just like the last time we were here, I was a transient sofa surfing idiot. Who was basically staying alive thanks to the combined good graces of friends and you lot. Now, well, okay, I'm still a fucking disaster, but we've had 4 years of good times in between. Ah, yes, and Kleimball is right. There is a content warning for this particular ending. Stanley's going to hurl himself off a very high ledge. It's going to get dark after this bit. But there's no reason we can't spend some more time in here. But yeah, like, I'm not actually sure what the relationship between Davy and Will is, but I know that Crows didn't do the beginner's guide. That was just Davy. Yeah, Clank, I can't believe it's been 4 years as well. Yeah. Lizzie, now I'm responsible for a whole plethora of animals. It's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of responsibility. But for those brief little moments, it's worth it, you know? Perun and the Nuggets got spoilt so much after stream on Saturday. Amos went out for his first little party. I didn't go along because I was not doing well. But I stayed home with River and the Nuggies. I went out. I specifically got them some super duper fresh salad. It was a lovely little evening. But yeah. Alana says, "Come a long way since then." At least I assume so. I have your address. Well, I guess we kind of hit the... You know, we started at the south end of Seattle, and now we're at the other end of Seattle. So, travel-wise, not too bad. And we haven't gone east or west, which is where all the traffic lies. But yeah, I can't believe it's been 4 years either. God, we've done so much in the process. I mean, Clank, you're not wrong. Except for... The time I spend with you lot is glorious, and the time I spent in high school was something that I survived. So... You couldn't pay me to do high school again, let me tell you. Sorry, friends, I don't mean to get so wistful. Yeah, I'll be back in a second, friends. I'll be back in a second. sorry about that. Just... We've come a very long way. Come a very long way since the last time we were here. And... I don't know. I'm not handling shit very well at the moment. But I'm trying. Oh, and I guess... I didn't think this was one of the endings we were going to get today. I probably would have avoided it if I'd remembered how to proc it. Because I thought this came from going down like the middle path where you start going the right way and then go down the other escalator and stuff. I'm just going to say this. I'm so fucking grateful to have you lot. And again, my mental and fiscal well-being are not your responsibility. I'm not trying to, like, fucking offload onto you lot. But actually, kind of, I might restart because I don't know if I have the fortitude to go from feeling like this right now to that ending. And you know that's a rare one for me. Like, at least when it comes to video games, I believe in I guess a sort of masochistic manner that, you know, it's my job to put myself into these emotional experiences to at least understand them so that I can convey it. I don't know. I guess maybe it's a kind of a self-justification there, a self-aggrandizing way of looking at one's impact in the medium, you know? Yeah. And Lizzie, I'm sorry you're going through the shit and all. So yeah. So we're going to get the bucket, we're going to go to the meeting room. Yay! And friends, Bismarck is 3 assignments out from being done with school. Oh, figurine ending ahoy! Heck yeah! Oh.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Here we go. But yeah, so Bismarck, congratulations, you're almost out. Oh, and Fearless, I'm fucking grateful for that, friend, you know. Like, thank you. Yeah, there is no reward, it's fine. When Stanley found all the collectibles. The memory zone. That one's still empty. The old 2014 IGF award. This one still fucking cracks me up. That's it. Awarded to. It's The Last of Us with tape over it that says The Stanley Parable. So good. Oh, look at these good times. Oh. Down we go. Yeah, it's a totally legit BAFTA. Also, just as an FYI, BAFTAs are fucking heavy. I tried to pick it up with my hand, just with one hand when I was posing for a picture, and it was not good.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yeah, Kimball's like, not showing up, but did help win a BAFTA. Hell yeah. Both Kimball and I are technically BAFTA award-winning developers. So, yeah. Oh, Bismarck, yeah, so the BAFTA... So BAFTA is a... Wait, what? Hang on, hold that thought. Should we just collect our 7th collectible? And Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, mate? What-ho and welcome! The end is never the end. It's never the end. Yeah, so BAFTA's an organisation in the UK originally for film and television actors, and eventually came to encompass video games as well. It's pretty... I wouldn't say pretty exclusive. I mean, they fucking got me in there, right? You know, although I was going to make the Groucho Marx joke, but then there's also the Groucho Club in London, which is another fucking joke on a Twitter joke. Anyway, I'm a card-carrying BAFTA member, and BAFTA Games is probably one of the more reputable games organizations. I believe... I think you've got to have been in the industry for at least 5 years, and another BAFTA member has to put you forward for potential membership. So it's mostly senior British games industry individuals. Though there are international members that do join. I've been a BAFTA judge a couple of times, once a year.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Jackie Fox, the primal BAFTA member, was Barry BAFTA, a one-eyed sword fighter of film and stage. That's why the sorry, just talking shite. I don't actually know. I should look into that. Yeah, and is it baffling to be a BAFTA? Aye. Also, there's a super fancy members-only place right in the heart of London, which is fucking cool.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini Stan? Can you remember?
I can. It was the boss's office.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the 3rd one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
Not true, let me tell you. Actually, Bismarck Mech, it's the BAFTA sausages, not the BAFTA balls. The balls are IKEA, the sausages are BAFTA. Actually, no joke, I don't know where they come from, but there's these little mini sausages you can get at BAFTA, and they're fucking delicious. In that brief period between like coming back from New Zealand and moving out to Seattle, I went to the clubhouse a couple times, and honestly, it was nice to go there and just like work on your laptop and stuff. It was surreal kind of being in the presence of some industry legends just around, but you know, the food was good, the booze was great, it was a lovely place to spend time. Back to the exhibit.
Let's see, what came next?
Nope, this is...
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
It's in the memory zone, so it must have happened. Sir, you've never had Jägermeister. Gonna take it anyway. What's up, guinea pigs? So Mylurk just bought the game and has the original from 2013. So okay, so Mylurk, I love this game, and the Ultra Deluxe is brilliant. I'm actually going to recommend, like, come back and chat with us once you had the chance to play it yourself, because there's a couple of moments of this that are just sublime, and I want to spoil none of it for you. I know it's weird to show it up into someone's stream and then be like, fuck off! But, like, there aren't many games of this caliber out there, and I would feel really bad if I spoilt it. Oh, you've already played through. Okay. Alright, my luck. No worry. No worry. I just wanted to make sure, alright? Tattle bar. Fucking wet. Let's go get some more collectibles. Like I said, this was one. Some nice little additions.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
The amount of time that it takes to emulate that, like, 2010 Windows Movie Maker style. Oh. As someone who survived the AMV community, that one was brilliant and also hurt me.
Like, subscribe and ring that bell.
Fucking yo. The star wipe did me a damage there, I won't lie. And Milo, thank you for the follow. The one downside about the Stanley Parable is it's really hard to tell you how far in I am, because I don't know. Like, we've encountered the bucket.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, both those go to the same place. Oh. You are in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Sorry, I'm bacon. Thank you for the 200, friend.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yep, there is no reward. Welcome back to the past! But yeah, so Mylurk, hi, I'm Will. I worked in video games for 10 years, and now I stream for a living, which is a thoroughly odd thing to say out loud on a near-daily basis.
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Caught up to the present moment? What is this? A presentation? No. We could get so many Stanley figures. 13 of 6. Wait. That's not how math.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and Phyllis, thank you for gifting us up to Mylurk. Right, fucking yo.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Ah!
Yes, I love that video.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and Fearless, that's fucking kind of you as well. Thank you for gifting us up to Handlebar. God. Sorry, Handlebar was saying, imagine if in Super Mario 64 you were forced to recollect the stars in reverse order. Yo, I mean, that's some Ghosts and Ghouls, that's some Castlevania tier, like... Oh.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
But no, that's some old school, like, torturous video game maneuver.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
God, this game is a treasure. Wow, there's just nothing here.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
And here we had...
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurine. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The figurines. So Mylurk says they wonder what the thought process was into making this game. Well, originally, like the Stanley Parable, the OG Half-Life mod, was like a... basically like a meditation on video games and choice. Like the idea that the video game tells you to go left and you choose to go right. Like that's the kind of the principle it was founded on, from this weird arty movement back in old Half-Life mods. Sorry, I love talking about this. And then from there it kind of, I wouldn't say escalated, but like the Stanley Parable was responsible for inspiring a lot of people. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collectibles. guess there's nothing else to be having. Yeah, so Mirelurk, basically...
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
So Mirelurk, because the way the Source Engine was put together, it was really easy to make level mods for Half-Life. This resulted in a really interesting mod scene. A lot of people made the kind of mods you'd expect, you know, like hardcore versions, new stories, etc. But a few people got weird and arty and strange. Famously, there was one mod... I'm going to try anyway. Famously, there was one mod that made you wait for like half an hour for a train. And it wasn't necessarily good, but it was experimental. And the Stanley Parable really came out of that space where people were really starting to test the boundaries, not with what could you shoot, but what could you do in these 3D spaces. And Mirelurk, I'm assuming you've done the Beginner's Guide. That's a really good reflection of what that weird space was like. Yeah, I mean, Lizzie, that seems sensible now. Like, we can talk for half an hour, but like, in a time when every game was trying to get faster and more shooty and more gun bang and everything like that, there was this mod for Half-Life 1 that asked you to wait for a train and asked you to wait half an hour real time. And this was something that no one had encountered before. It was so absolutely counter to everything else that video games were about, which was, you know, dakka, 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 run faster, shoot more stuff. And it set a lot of people on the path. Yeah, I mean, Kimball, Beginner's Guide still gets me right in the feels. And, you know, I've never been a world-famous, successful mod maker turned successful creative video game person. But hearing someone go internal that hard about the difference between the need to create and the need to be seen, like, no one had touched on that in our space, and the Beginner's Guide did that. Oh yes, and Fearless. Dear Esther was definitely the poster child of what would come from that, like, non-combat focused experiential game. I mean, we call them walk-in sims now, but, you know, they were pretty punk when you think about it. A game engine that's entirely built around shooting things in the face, and you take that and you make a game with no shooting. Handlebar, I think there may be a title like that. I want to say Xenoclash. Sorry, Handlebar was saying, imagine if there was a first-person grappler where instead of shooting people behind chest-high walls, you, like, Northern Light suplex them. I think there is. Yeah, Alnis, feckin' mind meld. The guinea pigs also have strong opinions on this one. Anyway, I mean, now we have a lot more games about the cost and the reality of creating games. We also have a whole genre of games, as someone mentioned, Desert Bus, that are designed to inconvenience you and frustrate you and test your patience. And it's a weird masochistic sphere of experimental games. The one recently that was doing the rounds was Whoever Pulls Out the Sword is King, which was a fascinating game. But there is a sword in a stone, and you have to pull out the sword to be the next king. However, it's a synchronous multiplayer game shared between everyone worldwide, and every person that pulls the sword gets longer and heavier, and so it's like a communal experience that will eventually become impossible, or develop a weird, strange life of its own. And these are more... River, leave it. These are more commonplace now. I mean, we've had Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It and things like that. You know, itself a meditation on weird, sadistic flash games. And if you want my rankings of video games about video games, The Beginner's Guide, the Magic Circle, and the Hex. Those are the 3. This is good, but it's almost... This is more the conversation between us, the player, and the creator. The narrator is simultaneously our antagonist, creator, entertainer, internal monologue, and villain, depending on where we're at. Also, I'm going to get some extra jumps in. Well, so Mirelurk, Postal... Postal was what I'd call like a counterculture game. You know, it was a game designed to offend and be nasty, and it came out of a time when legislation was looking to start locking down on what content could and couldn't be in games. Now, we eventually won that battle. Suck ass, Jack Thompson. Oh no, Lizzie, Pony Island. That's just a game about ponies. It's just a game about ponies. So, while Postal doesn't stand up as well as it did. I haven't tried Postal 4 because I'm worried, you know? I'm worried that it's an emulation of an edginess long gone. But, I mean, that's a whole nother story. Oh yeah, and Alice, like, I completely understand with the sword game. Yeah. Sorry, just my alert got me thinking on Postal. And it's one of those weird things of, like, creating art that is a counter to current culture is a great way to gain a lot of success very quickly, but unfortunately, you know, it dates your art like spoiled milk, you know? Oh, we're back here.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Yeah, it's just a game about ponies. Fiona's still mad at me about that game. Yeah, sorry. There is I think, was it Postal 4 came out this year? And the problem is it's one of those games that's very hard to get a read on. So I don't know if it has anything left to say. But that's another story. Oh, and here we are, back at the beginning.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
One last run.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, Kyle says, jumping off the platforms of the mind control room screens. Yes. We've also got that middle path. If we decide to bunk it, then start going back and then being like, ah. With and without the bucket, very true. So Stanley was saying this game is giving out so many messages, it's hard to decipher them all. I think that's where this... Looking at the endings almost as different little games, different musings. Each section of this game, who the narrator is, changes. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes they're heckling us or using us for humor. Other times they're trying to control or guide. Other times they vocalize our internal monologue, whereas in other sections they are the voice of the creator. And sometimes the voice of that which has not been made yet, you know? The games of the future. So, I'm gonna grab them. So platforms in the mind control room with the bucket. Let's
the bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Games of future past. Yeah. But it's one of the reasons why I don't list this as one of the important games about the creation of video games. Because the narrator, our relationship with the narrator changes drastically depending on different sections or different choices we take. You know, if you take the actual prescribed path from here to end, it's a mystery game with more to solve. If we rebel against it, if we rebel against it in its entirety, it's an argument from a frustrated game creator yelling at us for not being as engaged or having as much fun as we're supposed to. Alright, so we're going to throw ourselves out of the mind control room just to mix it up. Actually doing what we're told. Oh, notice...
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remain. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
It's interesting how many pieces have reset alongside the collectibles.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical.
Oh, so the man, we did the 3333333 ending. Sorry, I went off on a bunch of tangents there, friends. It is interesting, though, that we don't, like, outside of, like, the itch reactive and kind of the more trolly asset swap space, we don't get a lot of...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
And Bismarck, we haven't murdered the bucket yet. We chose not to.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered.
Parkour!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Woo! The man, I'm not showing any drop frames.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Unsettling noise outside the window.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Sounds like fire. Also, 420, blaze it! Darn it. Distinct lack of blazing. Okay, so middle path, and then...
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
And I forget how we get to the crusher again.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
here
correct?
we left.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
But sorry, I just wanted to jump back to a previous thing about... The Stanley Parable is probably responsible for inspiring more bizarre and weird horror games than just about anything else. And considering that we've seen, like, thanks to the Haunted PS1 collection and, like, Dread X and stuff like that, we've seen a huge resurgence in weird and interesting and creative horror. Like, a larger portion of it comes to stuff like this. Things that really did play
good
with...
Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh! Well, I've got good news, I got bad news, Bucket.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet, because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
And cue the music.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Bucket, 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 bucket. Stop the adventure music too soon.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Ah!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
So long, Bucket!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality
Stop
trait
doing it!
deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire
not doing
to
it!
buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly,
I'm doing
now.
my best!
The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
It did not work. It did not work. Although I'm quite proud of this, the first time we encountered that, and I refused.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you.
no, say
All of
what?
it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, friends, every time you saw me kind of clutch the bucket closer, that was me trying to throw it into the blender and failing. There's an ending that involves us getting onto the desk. I always forget that one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How do we do the out the window maneuver? I forget.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Oh, god darn it. I'm trying to remember now. So the desk in the room you were in. It's not letting us back up. So first room, you're able to climb in with a chair. Lights.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Also, the windows aren't making the spooky sounds at the moment. Almost. I'm affected. I'm affected. I feel like I'm affected. Oh no.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Thank you.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Did we do the turn the bucket off? Sorry, turn the mind control off ending? I forget. Because this is where the bucket goes missing. Alright, so close the door to the boss's office, but don't go through. Roger, roger. Thank you, Kaibo. Cross the threshold and back out.
Stepping in.
Ah. There we go. The beige pages. Wonderful. Wait. I got the feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. That's a lovely purse. What do we do with this particular one? Do we just head back downstairs? Do you know where we head from here, Kindball? Sorry, I'm not batting for 1,000 today, so I'm not the brightest of sparks. Because it's definitely reacted, because we have a different sign in the toilets. Just straight back to the beginning? Alright. And Edwin, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. All the way back. Roger, roger. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Back to Stanley's tiny office. We're going to space! The one place uncorrupted by capitalism. Space! Oh, would you look at that? A door was opened. Bucket! You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. But yeah, so Edwin, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome once more. Sorry, the you are now leaving got in a very odd conversation with some peeps over the weekend about weird stuff to put in your bathroom. God, some point last week, I heard the sound of a heat gun and giggling from the other room. And Fiona's got this mischievous grin on her face. She's kind of trundling in and out of the bathroom. And I was like, I wonder what she's up to. Turns out Fiona had a big old vinyl sticker that had been saving for a future occasion. And it is now applied on our wall, directly facing anyone sitting on the stall. And it says, in great big swooping cursive letters, "Have a nice poop." So we got on the subject of like things to put in bathrooms, because we've already got the giant picture of a guinea pig that looks suspiciously like Perun that says, "Your butt napkins, my lord." But there's a few things I've seen like on the internet that I would definitely get. The one that Fiona and I are in agreement with is the Yeet Yate Yote, but in the Live Laugh Love font. What was the one I wanted to get? God, I'm trying to remember now. Oh, the why is it called the rest room? I'm fighting for my life in here. God, Lost Flowers, it's haunting. That's up there with pissing all by yourself. Someone was telling us that in their bathroom they have a little one, and it's a picture of a spoonful of corn, and it says, "It's not farewell, it's I'll see you soon." Here we go. Getting out. Bucket in tow. Getting into mischief. Yeah! No Doubt Don't Speak plays over the PA system. For you see, Edwin, it was not us that was going to space. Be free, Bucket friend. Be free. Alright.
What ho, Vikings, Stanley.
Already this
and
was
Bucket.
uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Lyris, how are you doing, friend? What ho and welcome! The man's requesting that with no bucket. Are you sure? I was going to try and shimmy our way out the window. Wait, Kybal says 343. Okay. Oh, there you go. Yep. Thank you. Whee!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Ha-ha!
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now.
It's big
what
white
do you
void.
think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are we sick of this gag? Yes. No. What do you think? Though this can be applied to literally every fucking in-joke we have on the Longship. Are you sick of this? Then who's driving the plane? Nope, we are not sick of this.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Now, I've built up the other option
firstly,
so much
how very
that I'm
dare
going to
you.
stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
He's out of line, but he's right. So then we begin the game again and do the other choice and see what it gives us. Hang the hot higgity on. Damn it!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Dog mode. Dog mode! We win. All right, everybody, pack it up. Go home. It's the best ending has been achieved. Best ending has been achieved. So now, instead of the keyboard noise when we fail to push something, we get... Achievement unlocked. You can't jump. Someone get Zalavir on the line. We have a contender for dog button. Now, question. Do we take the bucket? Actually, Edwin, I've been curious about this for many years now. Who was it that let the dogs out? They've caused nothing but wanton destruction.
Dog mode, game of the year, full stop.
Yeah. Kimball says, jump off the platform, no bucket. You okay?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And Kimball, so you mean the cargo elevator? We're going to jump off that. Wait, do you mean jump like swan song into the great beyond, or head down towards what would be red blue? Oh, jump off the platform in mind control. Roger, roger. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint
Yet
glass.
there was not a single person here either.
And Bacon, thank you for the
Feeling a
200
wave of
friends.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Helping him coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Dog mode. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Dog mode agrees. Dog mode agrees. Alright, so first things first. 8
Stepping into his
equals
manager's
8.
office, Stanley was
Sorry,
once again
800.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8.
Yes!
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Also, friends, if you go to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe website and push the 8 key, it just goes
2845.
Fine.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Oh, I should have tried
He stepped into the
0451. Why am
newly
I a
opened
dingus?
passageway.
But Leet and Boob didn't do anything, so... Alright. So, Kimball, we're taking a jump off the platform sans bucket. Okay. I can't remember if there's a way to track all the different...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, it's okay. I understood what you meant, Kimball. I understood you meant...
The lights rose on an enormous
Stanley,
room packed with
defend the
television
house.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. The musical. Hey, baby boy, what's up? Bum ba da dum ba dum ba.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
How? No, I want honest answers from all of you. How can you stand this much bumpscosity? I want formal answers on my desk by the end of play today. Thank you. Darren's asking, does a new balloon get added each time? I haven't noticed. Staring says, that's because it's bumperlicious. No, we're not making that a thing. Kymble says, you've not done the phone without the bucket, picking it up and unplugging. Okay, I can give that a shot next. I was going to see about continuing this one. If it'll let us.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh, he doesn't know how stubborn we can be.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Sir, you thoroughly underestimate how stubborn we are. That is a gigantic-sized yes. The game is, in fact, calling me out. Me personally, despite not being named Stanley. No one's more surprised by this than me. I mean, and Bacon, I don't disagree, friend. I've been describing myself as undead for several years now due to a general statement of, well, undeath. I don't like cool, powerful undeath like a lich or like sexy vampire undeath. I'm talking just down and dirty, corpse refuses to go, skeleton in the making. I thought this was supposed to be insufferable, but this is kind of pleasant. Like, I could holiday here, you know? Although I may need to move us on, lest I actually go for a little snooze here. Oh, there we go. What's up, narrator? What else you got? Lost Flowers, I'd say the walls of this place would need to be more of a sickly, like, off-green grey to match my skin tone. See, Lyris? Like, no one underestimates how Stubborn we are. Lizzie, I think we just won. Like, Mr. McNarrator tried to leave on a song. Sorry, tried to leave on a song to get rid of us. It did not work. But, yeah, so now we need to hit the phone sans the bucket. We can do that. Alright, begin the game again.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Sorry, Bucket, nothing personal.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I've lost the ability to make dog noises.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
It's like the collectible still leads to that little like weird side ending we went to. Now we just go ahead.
Look,
go
Stanley,
to the room
I
with
think
the phone,
perhaps we've
unplug the
gotten off
phone,
on the wrong
go from
foot
there.
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
You know what, Alice? You make a good point.
Stanley.
But it definitely comes down to the can and should problem.
Please,
can I
stop
make
trying
random
to
dog
make every
noises? Yes.
decision by
Should
yourself.
I? No.
Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm out. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Carlos says there's another ending
That's
sans
her,
the bucket
Stanley.
on the wooden platform.
You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Well, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Ha-ha! Surprise, fucko!
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instruction video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense. And at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
What are you doing
Most
here?
medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Wow.
Ah, welcome back.
God.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making,
everywhere.
we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Imperios merely asking, so, who brings the sack of crack again? That would be the crackman. With the things that he has hoisted upon his back. Okay, so I'm going to take a beat here, because I have a feeling there's more mischief that we can get into. As we gaze out upon the box fortress. Also, it haunts me because it is in fact 436 over here. So Danny, so usually we can, but you'll notice there's a little fence around it. Is there a way to do so? Because we've done the maneuver where you throw yourself off the side, land on the catwalk, as to proc the red door, blue door ending. I'm just waiting for those who have been guiding our mischief to catch up. Because due to the problems of the internet and the speed of light, I can't instantaneously be talking to you all. And the other question, being friends, is that how many choices have you made today? Have you done your 8 a day? I have not, and I will need to make additional choices after stream, lest I be a choiceless idiot. Okay, follow it back again. Alright, roger.
That's the Jedi. Blast them.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
The children cry! Alright, so following it back.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Time to be an asshole. Time to be a jerk.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh, that was haunting.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
Yep.
You just had to see?
Yep.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Mean.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I enjoy antagonizing this poor narrator so much. Bum ba da dum ba dum.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
All right. Comedy comes in
exactly
5s,
as
right?
Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Dun, da, da, dun, 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 dun.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Interesting. The broom closet is closed.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh, they have removed all choice for us. Can we even get to the toilet? Nah. Oh, interesting.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Do I have to say it? Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
Thanks, I hate it.
Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
Yay!
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
Gross!
I need you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
I always felt this ending was incredibly dark and kind of personal. Because, okay, the narrator is talking at us. But the thing that always strikes me in that ending is that it's the one thing that game creators fear more than anything else. And it's the nothing. Oh, feckin' yo! Well, Samish, congratulations. Although it does seem that William managed to beat you in. So from one William to another, what a would welcome, friends! This is the game about a man named Stanley! I'm sorry, I don't know where that came from. I've been in a weird mood for like 2 weeks. How are you? Samish, how are you doing? What were you playing? Hello and welcome! Hello, hello! Yeah, we do have raiders, but our army of friendos will see them well handled. But also, who do I need to say hello to properly? So Chocolate Bar, William, Charlotte, Alcatraz Nevermore, Jerry. We're just gonna say Jerry on that one. Hello and welcome. How are you doing, friend? Yo!
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
And in direct response, Fearless just chucked out 10 subs to the crowd. The iconic fan of knives. That's 2 rounds of 5. And Fearless managed to tag Bragnarok Tuna, Desa, I can never pronounce, Vexus, and Thor of Go Pirate, True Diamondback, Cryostix, Guilty Ambitions, Jet Change, and J Crips. So, Fearless. Feckin' thank you, friend. So, Samish is doing well. Was also playing tonight. I wanted to come see a new friend. Well, hello, hello. I guess quick intros on my part. Hi, my name's Will. I worked in the games industry for 10 years, and now I stream for a living. I tried to wait as long as I could before getting into the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because I know a lot of people wanted to go into it, without having it spoil. And, I mean, you don't need me to tell you, obviously, as you've finished playing it this evening, but, like, feckin' yo, this game is exceptional. I mean, I was just pondering on that last ending, how unbelievably dark that is. Like, the true ending takes you out of the experience entirely, leaving the narrator completely to their own devices and exposing the one thing that game creators fear above all else, which is no one plays your game. That you spend all this time and effort and heart in making something and no one plays it. Because a lot of linear mediums can exist under their own weight. A movie can play with no audience, and a book can physically sit on a shelf. But like a game cannot exist in its entirety without a person. And if the person does not choose between the left door and the right and just stands there is no game. And I find that the wavering fear in the narrator's voice rings real true. I didn't get a chance to speak to Davey too much at GDC, but okay, I don't know if we'll get Davey on the show, but I got his email when I was chatting with him at GDC, so I'm hoping to message him and invite him on, because we've had William Pugh on here, but mostly to talk about the club and other stuff like this. So, God, yeah. Samish was saying they adore this game, found loads of endings, so many they've absolutely melted their brain. Yeah, when we hit Firewatch and what was it? Rocket League. That's the one where I was kind of jaw dropped. Which I'm trying to work out what we've got left. Because have we had regular Adventure Line? Or is that the one where you go... Ah.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Thank you,
What if he had to
Kaibo.
make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
I love how you can tell if somebody else
Here
actually
it
played
comes.
through this by asking them what they think about the closet ending. Closet ending was my favourite. And the fact that the bucket acknowledges the closet ending... I love it. Okay. Restart the game to get the epilogue now. Okay. So, begin the game again. Sorry, Danny Sink was also saying the same thing. No voices there. But yeah, so, Samish, quick question. Have you done the Beginner's Guide, the Magic Circle, or the Hex? Oh, answer the phone in 343. Okay. Oh, and Samish says they got shown a couple of endings that were glitches. Yeah, we just ticked those off as well. So Alcatraz, we did get the whiteboard ending, but I couldn't tell you what we did to get it. I just started the game and I was suddenly in a different section. And yes, I did turn on dog mode and it was the best. Oh, Danny says exit the game and start it up again. Okay.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay, so Kimball and Alcatraz were saying it's a random chance encounter. Okay. But yeah, so to those of you who just came over from the raid, have you tried the Beginner's Guide, the Magic Circle, or the Hex? Because after... Sorry, we were talking about this earlier before your raid came in. There aren't many good games about creating games. And the Stanley Parable is more amusing on the relationship between creator and player, rather than a discussion about the actual creation. But as I'm sure you know, Davey, who was one of the two original creators of the Stanley Parable, went on to make the Beginner's Guide, which is very much about the internal struggle of making video games. But then there's also the Hex and the Magic Circle, who... I've been recommending them to a lot of people just because you're not the first group of lovely people we found who found our little corner of the internet because of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And those two games, while feckin' seminal, are frequently overlooked when it comes to discussions. The Magic Circle is about this Richard Garriott-type character who's trying to make the sequel to his great success. He's trying to make his magnum opus, this like multi-kickstarted super video game. You play a new tester brought into the experience, and it's a disaster. The rest of the game is this fascinating... The goal of the Magic Circle, in terms of its puzzles, is to break the game. It's fucking genius. And the Hex is the prequel to the very, very successful Inscription. And the premise of that is 6 video game protagonists meet at a bar. Someone calls and says that there's going to be a murder. Go. And it's some of the realest shit that I have heard a game developer say about the reality of the process. Oh, Kimball, is there anything I need to do now that we've answered that phone moving forward? Okay, so go back to main menu. Alright. Quit to menu. God, Alcatraz, that must have been an exercise in futility. I guess because we've played a lot of the OG Stanley Parable and we talk about it quite constantly. Like, I think we're at a point, this is our second day of playing this, that the big surprises have been unveiled for us. So now it's finding the little weird fun quirks. Alright, so no epilogue yet. Let's do the adventure line. Alright. Unless, like I said, unless I need to quit it proper.
This is the story of a man.
We're good. Use that skip button. Okay, so we're doing regular adventure line, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Kimball, is start to do fake, then go down into the basement, right? And yeah, okay, so, sorry to Samish and Alcatraz, if you hadn't heard of it. Lizzie and Straxy did want to point out that the Hex is the middle game of a trilogy. So it's Pony Island, the Hex, Inscription. Oh, Danny says we need to quit it proper. Alright, so let's do the adventure line, and then we'll do a repeat. Fearless, if it does have the Minecraft sections, I don't think we procced that. We got Firewatch and Rocket League. Why do I keep forgetting how to remember Rocket League? There's got to be some kind of condition. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Kimball saying that Minecraft was removed. Understandable. Like, dealing with Microsoft's legal team is a pain in the
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, so now we head down to the basement, right, Kimball? And that's how we get the adventure line. Okay. Thank you. I'm just making sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Because, Sam, while I might be based out of Seattle, a few of our lovely viewership are based out of
But Stanley
UK.
didn't want to go back
Blue
to
Bangs?
the office.
What, oh, friend?
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Yeah. I just, sorry, Alcatraz, it amuses me that people are asking for the hot and cold, because to do hot and cold on the whiteboard ending is like asking someone to do hot and cold on a
No, it's
roulette
to the right,
table.
my mistake.
You know?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Hey.
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
And Kimball, insomnia is not fun, but it's better
Now, let's see. We went
than
down,
outsomnia.
right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Alrighty. Oh, so Samish is saying they're based out of Scotland. Whereabouts, if you don't mind my asking?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time,
stammering
suppose
sleep
we
well,
don't
friend.
wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
And in fairness, Lizzie, I do actually deserve a timeout for that terrible joke, but we've got places to go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, so the bucket's gone, so that's, yeah, I guess that's Adventure Line times. So Sarah's in the Highlands, right the northwest of the country. Yo! My sister lives up in Glasgow.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or...
Maybe.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I will say, whilst mechanically it would be a fucking nightmare. Do you know what I would love to do, friends? I would love to... I'm going to go this way because it looks the least liminal spacey. I'd love to do something like the Stanley Parable. You know, like the war between the creator and the user. But I'd love to do that in an open world setting. Because the open world genre constantly consists of creators trying to funnel users into places while giving them...
This is the
their
worst
freedom.
adventure I've ever been. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
But yeah, Samish, it's been feckin' ages since I've been back in the UK. And even longer still since I've been back in Scotland. I hear that the Scottish game dev scene, like the indie scene's really interesting. At least, but it's only because I know a couple of people around Edinburgh. And as we both know, Edinburgh is not all of Scotland.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's also interesting that the bucket plinth creates a situation where it's much easier to understand how far into the game we are.
It's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Hey, Kimball, thank you for gifting us some to Samish. And Samish, again, thank you for bringing your crew in. I know you brought it in on a whim, and I'm basically just throwing a crap load of conversation at you. I'm a talker, what can I say? And I do like getting arty-farty when it comes to talking about video games. And I think that's where the Stanley Parable succeeds. is even if you don't know game dev, even if you choose to just engage with this on the most superficial level, it's still hilarious and still good and wonderfully put together.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh, no, wait.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Also, I think for a lot of people, the Stanley Parable was the first time they encountered this kind of, I forget the term for it, like impossible geometry. Got a lot of people thinking about how to do that.
Now this, well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Welcome to Ravenholm.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay!
Congratulations!
Woo!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
No, we win the game.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in
Is
any
it
actual
non-Euclidean?
work for that win.
I can't remember if that's just that weird thing that Lovecraft used to bound around.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh shit! Fearless is right. Like,
Stop that incessant clicking.
oh, and Kindball, thank you for gifting a sub to Alcatraz as well. That's feckin' cool of you. Samish, Alcatraz, my lot. I actively discourage this, but I have no control. They like to hunt the unsubbed. That's just a thing that they do. But yeah, so Fearless was mentioning Marathon, which if you don't know, it was Mac's kind of answer to Doom and Hexen and all that, which did have impossible geometry.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Could use a bit of music, though. Yeah, this definitely needs like a theme song or something peppy. Yeah, because I remember someone was talking to me about this, is that it was old...
See? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
This is why we can't have nice things.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
This is why no one likes
I'd
philosophers.
like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Monthly ledgers, corporate imbalance, big business words, peer review, financial records again.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Killjoy.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
But yeah, I've been trying to cut non-Euclidean out of my vocab because, as Fearless was saying, it doesn't mean the big clever things that Lovecraft used to bound it around. And yes, he was a monstrous piece of shite. Ever since some friends got me watching overly sarcastic productions, their video on Lovecraft is a really good way of looking at what he came up with that's interesting, but also why certain tropes that he used were really bad. I mean, hell, I feel like we have this conversation every 5 minutes in video games, but it's that thing of, you know, there are great influential creators who are responsible for pushing the medium forward, who are themselves pieces of shite. And at least for the process of this conversation, it's like we can acknowledge him and say he was an awful, awful ballbag. Anyway, I would prefer it if the adventure music was still playing. It's a nice offset there.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
The line is only here for adventure, my friend. You know that.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, this one says Stanley Parable Adventure Line, not the Stanley Parable 2. Good job. You did it! Jeffrey Bezos! Jeffrey Bezos! Sorry. Oh, see, Alcatraz is one of those stories that I know I've heard, like where Mary Shelley got her inspiration for it all, but I am drawing a blank. I'm drawing a massive blank. Unless this is the setup to a Frankenstein's monsters joke, and I've just killed the joke, in which case, I'm very sorry. A wake will be held for your joke at 11:25 today. There will be refreshments provided.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Let's mix it up.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Oh.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Don't listen to him, Adventure Line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Sorry, Kime was just saying that the TM on the line's name, it just keeps cracking them up. I would not be surprised if they actually have it.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
After a long time, Stanley
really
dies.
How all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Uh-oh.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, God. That made me fucking jump. I forgot about that. And yeah, so to Alcatraz and peeps on the subject of like Mary Shelley and that whole squad of individuals, they were rich, they were bored, and there was probably a lot of undocumented substances involved. That's where I'd go with.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Because it was
what
like...
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
I'm trying
missed
to
a
remember what
memo.
the squad was. It was like Lord Byron's squad, if I remember correctly. But I might be confusing my literary history. Thing is, video games are my back and forth. I know my stuff. Literary history, I have barely even a passing knowledge. I know a few like historical periods because of games I worked on in the past. Alright. So yeah, so Kimball, I feel like we've hit this one spot on. So now we want to do a full restart, right? Like restart the game entirely. Okay. So quit to desktop. Well, so Alcatraz, it was, I believe, laudanum and opium were the common ones. And again, please look into this because it's fascinating. But there was basically these little cabal of very, very clever, very talented, very rich and bored individuals that kind of formed like a little bohemian artists club of sorts. And a lot of artistic works came from that little group, essentially. But I could be mixing it up with another group of people, so don't take this as gospel. It's definitely worth going down a wiki hole about. If I remember rightly, I think snuff was out of fashion by that point, and that was like a mix of like snorting tobacco and other uppers. So while not traditionally the runoff of the cocoa leaf, but with a semi-similar effect. Well, wasn't Bram Stoker a pseudonym for somebody? And it makes sense. I just Lost Flowers is adding that Bram Stoker, Edgar Allan Poe, Mary Shelley were like great friends. I remember the weird glue binding them together to be Lord Byron, who was an infamous, we'll say bohemian, as a polite way of putting it. But, oh boy. Now, obviously, this is Twitch.television, and we would never, ever, ever condone the use of illegal substances. No, no, no. Oh yeah, we're allowed to enter whatever time we want. You know what? I like 8 p.m. these days. Because 8 p.m. still feels early, and every time I look at it on the clock, it's like, oh, I've still got loads of evening left. And it's a entirely legitimate time to start drinking. 8 p.m., your favorite time of day. Yep. Kimball likes 11 a.m. for no reason. I like sleeping till 11. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Okay, so Lost Clouds correct. Lord Byron was a thing in her life. Yeah. So, yeah, Alcatraz, if you want to look into, like, Lord Byron and his whole squad, like, the getting jiggy in a graveyard is definitely one of the more extreme versions of that group. But stuff like Dracula and things like that came out of like little like writing exercises that they do together because they were bored and probably wonky donkey. Okay, Alcatraz, Wizard Veto. Let's keep it on the history. That's a grim one. I might ask Lizzie if you're about just purge that one from the chat. Like, we're not, Alcatraz, we're not putting you on timeout or anything. We'll just do a 2-second timeout on that one. Let's focus on the game. I don't know. Do I have anyone in here? Alright, bear with me just a second. So we do... Thank you, Lizzie. But yeah, like, again, not one for discussing right now because it does get very both in-depth and raunchy. Hey, and Lizzie, thank you. But yeah, look into Lord Byron and that whole squad of people because it's simultaneously this thing of, you know, these people lived a very strange, bored life that only, you know, the rich and the privileged could. But in their weird boredom and this strange bohemian group that they put together, they ended up being the progenitors for a lot of things that are now rife as public culture. Like, and it's kind of fascinating. Oh, and Naspadden's heading to bed. Good night, friendo. Yeah, Neo Shadow, we've not quite reached Longship After Dark. Okay, how accurate is 8 p.m.? It's pretty inaccurate. You know... I could just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. Wish we had more sliders, but we've gone all through the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather some data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, okay, let me whip up a couple of new ones. Should be ready by the next time you boot the game. Yeah, Kimball, I'm getting real Buddy Sim vibes. Oh, yeah. I mean, Alcatraz, I worked on Total War Rome 2 and Total War Attila. So, when it comes to, like, Roman Empire type nonsense, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, we start talking about Vikings and their representation. See, this is what happens... no epilogues. There must be something that I've missed then. So, I mean, we haven't done the destroy the machine ending, you know, with all the buttons.
This is the story.
So I wonder if we need to do that one proper. Like, I wonder if we have to clear all the other endings to start proccing the epilogues.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And Kimball, you know what? Like, we've hit about 5 hours. This might be a good place to bring our adventures to a close. Maybe we'll do like a like a long ship after dark, just on Discord, on a weekend, and mop up the last endings. Because I definitely need to finish this, you know what I mean? Oh, Kimball, you were massively helpful. But I'm trying not to push myself too hard this week, because I have not been stable. So I'm having a feckin' great time with this. Oh, Kimball wants to do one more for me. Alright, you're cool. Last one. Party, party, party. We're going to the party. But yeah, Alcatraz, one of the fascinating things about working on historical video games when you don't have like a grounding in traditional history. Okay, Kimball says, do the lift in a boss's office 3 times no bucket. Do you mean the infinite lift? Because I'll head there now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, the ones you go up and down.
Yet there
okay.
was not a single person here either.
Roger, roger.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, so we come in here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
The closet ending's my favorite too, Neo Shadow.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
And 3 is the best number. The 3 ending with the bucket was upsetting and unsettling and brilliant. Alright, so... Oh, and Alcatraz, thank you for the follow. So the whiteboard ending is also brilliant. Mainly because you can then unlock the dog bark. The best feature.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
About that.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Wait for it. Guineas! Everyone's on edge today. Okay. We can't go back down there just yet. So let's have a look.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive, rapid fire
We'll
of
never
critical
stop pissing
plot
this guy
points,
off.
one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
So much snark. You're so smart, Stanley. Alright, so we head back down now. Yeah. So we got to do this like a couple more times, right?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I do still love a game that heckles me. Dun, dun,
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
How about no? Whoa!
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Let's have a look.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Oh, hey, look! It's the main character from Alien Isolation.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
He said, his voice thick like sarcastic Marmite.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Shall we?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
See, like I said...
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Yay!
Oh, good, we're here.
Here we go. But no, one of the things we were talking about earlier is how the narrator's relationship to us changes depending on the different points, and that whole section there...
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Hey, Zeke, how are you doing, friend? The narrator's relationship to us changes. In that last section, like, that was heavy sarcasm, but is definitely evocative of if you've ever had to listen to game creatives going over, like, playtest data, especially, like, focus group or public testing. Well, hey, Zeke, I'll do my best to be vaguely entertaining. Hopefully take the edge off of all the fuckery. However, I mean, you're lurking, so it should be fine, but I will need you to be quiet, as we are going to go watch Stanley live on stage. The man, the parable, the Stanley. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
This section does give me massive Dr. Landskull.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
So, Stanley, me dad, break a leg champ, your boss. I love the way you ride elevators. Thanks for showing me cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are cool. Good luck on stage. Ah! Remember where you came from. Signed, your co-workers. Okay, so we've got the up and down again, the Stanley story. And on the back, an unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows, isn't that what life's about? Fucking yo. Weirdly though, we did this ending with the dude who came up with pizza. Shit. I forgot we missed that. That's a talk I would have gone to. Thank you! Thank you! No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, everybody. Please, you're too kind. Please, you are professional journalists. That's the point where I fire a gun into the air.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, I want to try one more time with the intro, because I'm enjoying talking to the person who keeps giving us sliders. Oh, Kimball, thank you. Like, you know, that conference was a big deal for me, and you know, obviously, I humbly and gratefully accept everyone's continued enthusiasm. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Got it. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occuboncanal or scrumtish? Occuboncanal sounds like boinking someone for your occupation, and scrumtush sounds like something a smarmy businessman would say about someone serving them coffee. So I'm gonna move over to occuboncanal. Please don't adjust the slider. All right. Do you know what time it is right now? I do. Is that time the correct time now? The correct time? What is time anyway? It's a human construct, isn't it? Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Fuck yeah. Help. Yes, we will help. Will you come back to visit me? Fuck yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okie dokie Lokis. I can't think of anything that we have. I'm trying.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I mean, we could do the Stanley Parable Museum, which is where you follow the path but you choose escape, and then follow it through, and then it drops you in like the Museum of Stanley Parable stuff. That might be a good closer. Flowers is suggesting that scrumtish sounds like you're trying to say scrumptious with your mouth full. Lizzie says, could jump out the window. I think we did the window jump, didn't we? Where you hop out the window here. We got the song about how boring Stanley is. Yeah, so we've not done the Museum of Stanley without the bucket, which I'd like to check out, because if there's any area of this game they're going to, like,
when Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tweak and improve on it's going to be that. It's actually a weird one that...
Yet there was not a single person here.
I've been thinking about that particular ending since we played through
Stanley
the Forgotten
decided
City.
to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And what does it mean when we start hearing like the weird noises outside the windows on a run? I keep forgetting that one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Get that vaporwave vibe going. Oh, actually, that was one. So, Alcatraz, I don't know if you're still lurking with this. Have you done the Forgotten City yet? Because I'm pretty sure it's on Game Pass.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
oh boy,
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
For a blend of open narrative and history, it cannot be beat. Oh yeah, so it is still on Game Pass. Thank you, Laris. Though I did observe something very interesting over the weekend.
Deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest,
so
as though he felt
you all know I'm a
huge
fan of Umurangi Generation, the photography, end of the world,
when for
like
years it
New
had
Zealand.
never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
New Zealand banger. The game, which is for all intents and purposes like...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What if Evangelion was held
Although this
in
passageway
NZ?
had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
River. Sorry, what was I saying?
The door behind him was not
Oh yes,
shut.
Umurangi Generation.
Stanley still had every opportunity to
Which
turn
again,
around
another game I
and get
highly
back on
recommend
track.
and is on Game Pass. But here's the interesting
At this
thing.
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
So Umurangi Generation launched on Game Pass, and the Windows version did have a bug in it, which has been fixed since its initial drop on Game Pass. But one of the interesting things was over the weekend, loads of people got it on Game Pass, downloaded it, and it didn't work. And so they all left 1-star reviews on the title, which I hadn't taken into consideration, but the Windows Store does allow you to drop a multi-star review. And now that that issue has been fixed, the mark... I believe the gentleman who makes the game described it as it's been absolutely morbed.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
So I tell you what, Kimball, after this one, let's continue this on Tuesday, because next Tuesday I actually have a very, very cool guest. Someone you've all met before is coming back onto the show.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
And here we are.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah. The museum ending also is probably the most meta. Arguably the most meta, I should say. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path to Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, but the core layout remains identical to the first iteration. Meaning that all of this part of the game has been consistently the same since the original mod. The set of two open doors is the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction of this room posed. So Kimball, I think what we'll do is we'll have a trundle round the Stanley Parable Museum just to see what additions and changes. So Kimball, if you want to head to bed, go get some sleep, friend. We'll have a look around the museum and then we'll bring our adventures to a close. Next Sunday, fucking hell, time travel's weird. Next Tuesday we do have a cool guest, but after our guests hung out and chatted for a bit, we'll mop up the final endings and get this together. Because again, there's so much of this that I want to see how it's been tweaked and changed and sorted. The infamous filing cabinets. Button sounds. And here we have the full credits. So, written design by David Wren, William Pugh, developed by Crows. The whole shebang. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable 2013 team. Just seeing if there's anybody else here I recognize. good old office computers. So, Kimball, sleep well. It was lovely hanging out, and to be continued. Tomorrow's going to be fun. I'm finally going back to Operation Tango, which, if you haven't seen it prior, Operation Tango is kind of like keep talking and no one explodes. Oh yeah, I forgot about. So yeah, there was originally going to be a Warzone ending to this game where Stanley becomes a first-person shooter protagonist with an alien race fighting the narrator. Finding the fun, finding the money. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In December 2018, they announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable game at the Game Awards. Screenshots were made for the announcements games display. Fucking yo! Oh, yes, these were all the questions that people emailed in for the narrator. I think there was a couple of early trailers to Stanley Parable where they just embraced... Oh, early version of Lounge. Where they just embraced all the questions and criticisms. The apartment timer. In previous versions of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would result in a different ending. Fascinating. And I understand there aren't many games that you can do this with. I think the last game we saw that did a little bit of this was Through the Fragmentation, if I remember correctly. Through the Fragmentation's like a compact 451 game where you play as a giant bird. And definitely one of those games where, depending on how you tackle it, the impact of the game changes wildly. Although that one had an interesting ending as the Zending. The Zending model. Zending went through many iterations. It represents the fourth version of the ending. And we thought it complete, but decided to abandon it and change it again shortly before launch. Interesting. The Zending levers. These ledgers were originally designed for the Zending. The player would pull the lever and the nature would describe what colours they... Funny. Boy, those colours do sure look familiar, don't they? So I think I can understand why they pulled it. Like... It's one thing to chortle a little bit on social media about another person's game, but to openly... Oh, the countdown ending. Wait, was that how we came in? God, I get spun around in this place so much. Boss's office in different iterations. Mylurk, so here's a random thing. I actually worked on Black and White. Okay, I worked on it in the sense that I was a credited person that tested that game. I actually worked more on the add-on pack Creature Isles, of which I did a little bit of a stuff and things. Early version of the Underground. I'd love to see it remastered, but like I don't know where that lies. I think all of Lionhead's...
stood on the roof. Now then, this elevator for sure. When Stanley came to the lift, he travelled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever.
Oh, and which, how goes it? Watto and welcome. We're just having a trundle around the Museum of Stanley before we bring our adventures to a close. But yeah, I'd love to see Black and White remastered. It was such a weirdly quirky title. In fact, we were playing a game called Biomutant very recently that honestly kind of hit the closest beat towards that OG Lionhead flavor. But yeah, I think the IP rests with Microsoft, but I don't know if they're going to do anything with it. Syndrin saying, "Ah yes, Black and White, the game that demonstrably showed me my friends are sociopaths." Yeah, I couldn't play evil in that. Though it didn't stop being funny throwing people into a volcano to get more power. I mean, if it makes you feel better, Myalurk, I think there are some groups online that have made some like fan patches to get the old disc version working, but like, I would really struggle to.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
The one I really wanted to show people a while back was Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza, being one of the strangest movie tie-ins. And I was chatting with one of a friendo, actually someone who works over at Question, about doing a stream of Jurassic Park Trespasser at some point, which, if you don't know, is like the great master sensei of diegetic UI. It's a terrible game, but it inspired so much.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Yep. So Fred, you're thinking of Die Hard Arcade. Die Hard Nakatomi Plaza was a super hardcore first-person shooter with, you know, like, if you get shot a couple of times, you die, where you played John McClane in Nakatomi Tower. Die Hard Arcade was the bizarre Sega brawler, which was, I think, arcades and Sega Saturn, where you and unknown friendo punch your way up multiple floors of Nakatomi Plaza, fighting gangsters, robots, sumo wrestlers, feckin' all sorts. Oh, and Myalurk, that's very kind of you. I feckin' love talking about video games, and I'm super lucky to have these lovely Mother Hubbards over here that let me do it every day, so feckin' yeah. Sindrin, yes, when John McClane could genuinely be killed by bullets. My friend put forward a theory that John McClane dies at the beginning of Die Hard 2, and the rest is some horrendous purgatory that he's eternally trapped in. And I was like, wow, that's messed up. But the shoe fits. Okay, friends, okay. Let's play with some gnomes. So, this has been a lovely day. We might do one more day of just mopping up the Stanley Parable elements just so we can get the epilogue. Epilogue and post-epilogue. Because I still want to see more of what this game does. Like I said, this is beyond just an updated version of prior, and you've all seen it. This is Glinamit Grove. This is Fraud Faction's DLC hat. This is a whole title. And in the words of the person that saved the planet from a meteorite, I don't want to miss a thing. Alright, friends. So I'm going to roll credits, and then I will find yet another lovely Mother Hubbard on the internet to pass you to. You know what, I might do a Raiden run and just throw you over to DJ, because him and I are hanging out tomorrow. But you'll have to extend my apologies. Because I'm avoiding Elden Ring spoilers still. But, once again, friends, thank you so much for today. You'll continue to be a fucking shining beacon. I legit cannot say thank you enough. Alright? For those of you who are new here, I'm entirely supported by everybody watching, so like donations of bits keep this whole thing alive. So to Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Vanderbeast, Alnus, Lyris Dragon, Quasimoto Wolfcrad, thank you for throwing the bits in, friends. I really, really appreciate it. To Caffeine, Lizzie T Pound, Rhymes and Moose, thank you for being here today. Lovely to see you, lovely to hang out. To Alcatraz Nevermore, Samish Wad, Sebulba can't remember. Well, Sebulba thing I can't pronounce. To William, My Alert Commander Unit, and Pondius, thank you all for following. And I hope we get to chat more. I love having these conversations. To Ortrazini, Imperios Unlimited, Baron Ransack Bonjoy, Emotional Support Bucket, My Alert Commando Unit, Handlebar Orion, Bragnarok, True Diamondback, Guilty Ambitious, Jet Strange, Vexus V, Diewash, one of these days I'll get that right. Pirate Software, Thor, Tuna, J-Crypts, Cryostix, Samish Ward, and Alcatraz Nevermore. Like, whether you were gifted a sub today, hunted by House Carl, or celebrating massive sprees, thank you so much. And to Samish Ward! Like, thank you for bringing a crew in. It's a really, really, really big compliment, friends. Alright? Now, as I am streaming up a storm with him tomorrow, friends, I'm going to pass you over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones. And Lyris, thank you for the sneaky 100. I will not be coming with you, friends, because I'm going to get into... I'm going to get into sorting stuff and things, and I'm avoiding Elden Ring spoilers. But hopefully, touch wood, Dan will be joining us tomorrow for Operation Tango, so we'll get on the proper spy hacker shenanigans, you know? But that is it from me today, friends. Lord Lost and Found, your timing's terrible. Bundle up with the rest of the raiders, we're heading on. So yeah, friends, have a lovely rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow for Operation Tango with Hero to the People, Dan Jones. Please give him my absolute best. I will not be following you on this raid. And, fucking yeah. Just all of you. Thank you. I have no idea the good that you do.